Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. What is going on with my chats here? This is weird. Something is not displaying correctly. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. What is going on with my chats here? This is weird. Okay, there, now it looks correct. Something is not displaying correctly. Good morning, everyone. Oh, let's get some music going, And then I have this, a talk by these four gentlemen who are all speedrunners, talking about, okay, there, now it looks correct. Level, like the fastest leveling strategies, things like that, which I'm interested in right now. It's primarily due to when Season 1 kicks in, right? So, we'll see how this goes. And yeah, I'll be leveling my Necro. Got her to 51. And thanks to my buddy Valen there, I was able to... Because so far what it looks like I'm going to do is up to about level 40. I'll be using the Bear Tribe side quest dungeon, side story dungeon, whatever the hell they call it, that you can only access as part of a side quest, where you help the Bear Tribe chieftain and all that. You can use that and gain a level just about every time you go in there, up to about 40. And then I noticed that the experience for some reason just dramatically drops off, where it's like you'll get maybe 3 bars per run, which is insane. But I also want to go in there with 4 people, so that it's way quicker, right from level 1. Basically, everybody does the dungeon together, so we can all unlock the occultist, and then we have 2 people go one way, 2 people go the other way, kind of like how you normally do with multi, with a 4-man team in dungeons, etc. Right? Do that till about level 40. Then we'd have to do, I think, normal dungeons and whatnot, and Tree of Whispers probably till level 50. And then we could do the capstone dungeon, etc. We might even be able to do the capstone dungeon a little bit early, like at 45, depending on how rough it is, right? So let me see here. I'm going to... First, I'm going to display these guys in here. I'll have to adjust this, obviously. That's probably fine. Oh, right, part of it is because it's not minimized. There we go. That'll change the scale of it. Rightio. Kind of want this title in there. Wait, where's my YouTube chat? Okay, now it's in there. Good. So I gotta make this just a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay. Hey, so yeah, that's what they'll be talking about in this video. And, you know, I should open a Word doc. New Microsoft Word document. S1 leveling strategies. So, level 1 to 40. We're going to be unlocking, first things first, do a dungeon to unlock a cultist. Number 2. Okay, whatever. Number 2, unlock. Get to level 15 and complete Malnock Stronghold. Unlock Bear Tribe quests and all. Run Bear Tribe Refuge side quest dungeon until level 40. Then what? Run normal dungeons and until 45 to 50. Complete World Tier 2 Capstone Dungeon. And then after that, I guess it's just, yeah, get on, do Nightmare Dungeons, Hell Tides, etc. to hit level 70. From Tier 3 Capstone Dungeon. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna press play here. We'll get going with the leveling. What was that? Was that a message through? What's this? Who is this? Fuck off. Decline. Fucking assholes, like sellers and shit like that. For freaking like gold and crap.
So the first, I guess, topic that I wanted to start on was speedruns in general and kind of like what other games have done or have adopted. And I guess like the general meaning of speedrunning is like, you know, to beat the game as fast as possible. What does that mean to you? So, I guess, what is it to you to beat the game as fast as possible? Like, I guess that would be, you know, different or maybe specific or
So I sort of touched on it,
Yeah.
you know, at least what got me into speedrunning, the reasons why I wanted to do it. I think it has a lot to do with just ARPGs in general, and I think the life cycle of an ARPG and having all of those season resets, getting to start fresh, getting to start new, that's where the challenge is, in my opinion. And I always loved ladder resets, but I never really thought about speedrunning. But speedrunning is essentially, it's a reset every time. In ARPGs, you play through the life cycle of an ARPG, you're at the end, you have all your gear, you're super strong, and then the game becomes almost trivial to you at that point. So it was a way for me to almost simulate a ladder reset without without the official wipe occurring. And then all of the practice from speedrunning you could apply to later seasons. I think every speedrun I did, I learned something, and you can apply it every time a season starts. So that was really what drew me in, I think, personally.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, like, speedrunning definitely made me want to just figure out how to get the early game. It made the early game fun again, you know? I think one of the main things that got me back into Diablo 2 was starting to play hardcore. And when I started playing hardcore, the game felt real again, as opposed to just like bashing your face against the wall until you beat a boss or something like that. And then speedrunning added like a whole nother challenge, and it just made the journey exciting, as opposed to just something that happens.
Yeah.
You know, you actually consider what's going on in front of you as it happens.
Yeah, for me, it's just like what brings me the most joy in video games, the most fun is just, you know, like spend my time as efficient or as effective as I can. That's not only like from the fresh start, but also like in the end game of games. Obviously, like to get there as fast as possible. For me, it really started with the D3 seasons, like where we always planned like a 4-man group like, together, all the different setups, just to sort of like min-max the time to hit the next level, but then also to go from there and hit the highest grade I rift if it was in D3, and I really like to do that in Diablo 2 with all of you guys and learning from the best Diablo 2 speedrunners. And that really got me like more into this, and I could use a lot of the knowledge and also concepts that were discovered, especially by some of the Excel documents that you guys have made, and adapt that in the early D4 races. I mean, there was no official race, but it was like a hardcore, softcore, like unofficial Diablo 4 race, and those strategies really helped out there, and I think will really help out. Yeah, it's just not like wasting anyone's time. So, you know, when you play with people, I don't want to be the guy that is like AFK in the town for 10 minutes and everybody has to wait for somebody to just come back. Basically, like I'm just sort of like wasting 3 people's time and I just slack, quote unquote. So I really like this, like efficient route and respect each other's time. Yeah, that's basically like my experience.
Yeah, so something that I noticed from when I was getting into D2 speedrunning was that like I was doing it for ladder resets as well, and that's how I got into solo speedrunning. But one thing that like I realized when I was playing with more casual players, I won't mention where they're from, but anyway, I'd just gotten a team together of like friends that I'd played D2 with, and was trying to get them to kind of like implement aspects of the speedrun I saw the Germans do back in 2014, I think, or 2013, and so me and a friend, Unsullied, rest in peace, we got together a team of 8, and we organized everybody to have a role like the German team that had initially come up with it, and then, you know, try to emulate that and do it better, but realize that wasn't going to happen with people that just didn't know the game as well. And also, I didn't know the game as well as I thought I did until I got into speedrunning D2. And when you start getting into speedrunning, like, you start to see like problems with your own gameplay, like where you thought you were good, and then if you do watch yourself back, which is a little bit cringe sometimes, but it's the best way to learn in my opinion, and you start to see like your mistakes and where you can improve, and like Rob mentioned, like spending too much time in town, like town is lava, is like something I've heard a lot from the D3 guys, and it's like, that's so true. You're spending way too much time messing around with items or whatnot. I'm still doing that in D4, I feel like.
Yeah, I think in D4 it's even worse right now. Like there's just so much clutter that you have to look at, and I mean, you can really make some nice like guidelines or something like that to understand, to explain to people how they can min-max and manage it. Because I see
that's so quiet.
My community, man, people really like they do one Nightmare Dungeon run. They're like 3-4 minutes into the run, and then they're like 5 minutes in town trying to figure out the stuff because there's no loot filter. There's like so many yellows to look at, and like who knows what's good yet. It's great.
You gotta know your top affixes for every item.
You know, one thing I wish they had in D4 right now, when you go into Nightmare Dungeons, is like a timer. How long does it take you to run through the dungeon? That'd be cool.
item slot. If you have basically all armor is all affixes, and then your weapon actually does matter what the item power is and the actual damage per second. But armor, rings, all of that stuff, especially when you're trying to level up as quickly as possible. Like if you don't have an affix on your gear and it isn't like over 100 armor bonus, toss it. You know,
Yeah.
we don't need to consider like a 5% increase in survivability for like 5 minutes when you could be killing, always be killing 80k.
Yeah, so that was actually like a perfect segue into the D4 speedrunning segment. So,
Get the fuck out of the way.
yeah, so in D4, what's going to be interesting, I guess, is like min-maxing the, XP that you get for the base level or the base XP of the mob. So like when you're in, the capstone dungeon, those mobs are always level 50. And so if doesn't matter what level you are, you're getting the base XP. And then if you're, 3 levels or lower, then you're getting 25% more. And that XP is really good, but if you're lower level and you're not killing it as efficiently, then you're not getting as good of XP as you could be as killing mobs that are closer to your level faster. So, yeah, when we were looking at that, it's like, okay, we can kill mobs that are higher level than us, but we don't want to be going too far beyond 3 levels, otherwise you start really falling off on damage output versus, also and survivability, because like if you're dead, you're doing no damage. So, but yeah, damage. I mean, the damage output versus like the kill speed and how long it's taking. So, yeah, I think we've kind of come up with a pretty good balance or a good route for balancing that out. And I don't know if we want to get into that routing just yet, maybe, but...
Wait, I have a question before.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Rob is the returning champ as the first 100 in Diablo 4. So, and Rob, I know you've been kind of theory crafting a little bit on your Season 1 start before Jim and Vitruth get into too much of the
Damn, dude. My first Nightmare Dungeon of the day, and look at what I got. I got the Deathless Visage for the freaking Bone Spear build. Wow. Yeah, holding on to that. So I might try I might try it sometime. Darkness, Golem. I'll just keep leveling up Territorial for now. Might as well. That damage reduction is good. And now I guess I'll head over to the world boss. It's up in a few minutes, 5 minutes. What's the closest? Probably here. All right.
In the details on what their route is, I'm kind of curious what you're thinking. At this point, how would you change your strategy from Season 0 or launch to Season 1? What are your initial thoughts, at least? Just curious.
Yeah, I mean, there's really been a lot of changes with all the balance patches and basically updates that Blizzard pushed out to the various systems. So obviously, like a major difference between Season 1 and the launch is like, first you have the campaign skip. So this one basically makes the entire strategy that we had for the launch of the game, where we won the race, completely obsolete, because you don't even have to do the campaign. So you can you have your mount from the start, you instantly start in Cryovision, you have the waypoints of the main cities unlocked, so you can you're not forced to do the fractured peaks. Like you can do anything in the open world. So I don't really know. Like I think that's where you guys come in. Like what dungeons are the most effective to run early on, or what quests to do, like side quests or something. And then obviously we have the season theme, the season of the Malignant. In the footage that Blizzard has shown, I think there was very low level characters already that were sort of like interacting with the season mechanics. So and these hearts look very strong.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken,
these, like from early level.
If I'm not mistaken, they said they want people to be doing that within the first hour. Right, like the first hour of the season start, they want people interacting with the new mechanic.
Hello.
This might increase the speed exponentially.
Hello.
Then third, we have the Battle Pass. There's going to be certain
That
rewards in the
was
Battle Pass, and
not
one of
bad.
those rewards is a 4% XP bonus. I think it stacks up to 4 times. You can
Greetings.
probably have like 3%. I don't know. You can have like 12% XP bonus. Or
How many
something like
Necros
that.
are here?
And then obviously we
1,
have to see if
2,
this one is
I think
additive, or
3,
multiplicative
4,
with like the Torment 3 and Torment 4
plus
bonus
myself,
multipliers.
5
But that could be
Necros.
a really huge impact.
There's
as
a
well.
rogue.
And then, I mean, on top of that, obviously the entire class balance
5
changed. There's
Necros.
been lots of nerfs, lots of buffs to all the different classes.
A
Especially,
lot of that, yeah.
Yeah, especially like we have the renown system as well. So we already gonna start.
It's dope because this guy's gonna drop me
with all the
a.
renown unlocked. So we have at least I think
so I
5
get the,
skill points already, and you have the second skill points half
Bonus
done, like you have
spoils.
2.5 renowns on all the regions. So you're gonna have a tremendous power boost.
Plus
On top
his
of that,
extra
you have
chest
more
that he
stats from
drops.
The Altars of Lilith. It's also changing the entire early game. Like before, Barbarian and Druid, I think they're still weaker than the other classes, but at least the start is very quickly for all the classes. And I think this is going to be a very fast race. And then the final and 6th change is probably the Nightmare Dungeon XP buff. I mean, we got like about double the XP now from Nightmare Dungeons.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's just gonna like, you know, save another 10 hours at the end. So I'm thinking like early estimates. I was thinking like, you know, maybe in a perfect run you can do 20 hours to level 100. But more realistically, I think with like town time and, you know, everything that's going on, I think like about 24 hours, sub 24 hours would be a very nice time to reach. And 20 hours would be the theoretical possible, at least from my early calculations.
Are these calculations taking into effect that you're going to be needing to like be upgrading your gear to be able to output this kind of damage?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very optimized, like theoretical approach. I think like the 24, 25 hour mark is the realistic mark. Like 20 hours is like maybe theoretical if you get like super lucky. Obviously, like there's a lot of RNG, right? Let's say you're starting a druid. I mean, if you get Tempest Roar, you're gonna fly to 100 no matter what. But like you can't in a speed run, like you can't rely on getting it. It's like similar to in D2, man. Sometimes you get that M rune, I think, to get your spirit in normal, and lots of times you don't get it. And I think like your like consistent strategy is like not to rely on the spirit rune word in D2. But yeah, obviously in D4, maybe we'll figure something like that out as well, where some of the loot could be like a very high chance of obtaining it, or some strategies like upgrading your gems for the M rune and stuff. I'm very excited for this.
I don't think we can really target farm like the uniques that are necessary for some of these classes to really take off.
Yeah.
But there are, I think, some strategies in order to obtain some equipment that will be periodic upgrades.
Yeah, and again, I have not like looked into it a lot because I was like mainly testing endgame these past weeks. Again, I looked a lot into the leveling stuff, but this was the old meta, the old strategy for launch, and like all the points that I just made, like it's just going to be a completely different meta. And yeah, I think you guys did some very in-depth testing already. Obviously, like it will always be improved even further by the community and by speedrunning community. So it's just really exciting to hear what you guys figured out so far and the depths.
Well, we've done. Yeah, so we've done like we've only done I think one season start test, but we've done like multiple speed runs. And the difference, I guess, between the two is, like, in speedrunning, at least on speedrun.com, the way they have it is you can use all 10 skill points at the start, and at the start of the season, it looks like you're only going to be starting with 5 because of the way that, you know, having Altars of Lilith and exploration is going to be done. But you can eventually get those 10 skill points and get them pretty early on. But yeah, so starting with 10 skill points is a pretty massive thing. Then for speedrunning, you can't use the codex until level 25, whereas you could finish a dungeon for a specific class in this season, get their aspect early on before 25, and then they can just start blasting, and you can unlock, multiple dungeons for for your various classes and your team. And so it's been really hard to kind of like figure out a good route for that, as well as like what's the best comp for that, and what will be the best comp for like the later part of the game, because the early part of the game, like running what we ran might not be better in the later part of the game. It depends, I guess. But it's a lot of like just I guess going over and over again, like what should we be doing for speedruns versus what we should be doing for season starts. And I wish it would be hard for like the speedrun.com to enforce season start mechanics for speedruns, because
I want to be right on
they would have to just sit there and watch to make sure you never use more than 5 skill points until you've done so much renown that you would have unlocked the next skill point. And so it's too hard for that. For speedrunner.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Speedrunner.
So
It's a mod, so let's hear it.
Yeah, we got a speedrun mod right here.
Site, and it comes down at the end of the day to like Blizzard doesn't have the ability for you to start fresh in Diablo 4, right? So you can't really simulate, unless you are policing yourself, what a fresh start would look like, because you have Altus Lilith, you have resources that are all already stacked in your inventory. There's really no like solo self-found mode. I think that would be really cool in the future if Diablo 4, eventually had something like that for people who just want to maybe the extra challenge.
Thanks.
Until then, you could always police yourself. But in terms of like the site, like it was gonna be pretty much impossible to enforce any kind of rules like that. So we just said, why not let people have fun with it? Get your 10 skills at level 1. See how fast you can blast through the game. That's what we're talking about, right? Speed. So do it as fast as you can. I think there's merit to both strategies for playing through the game, and I'm just kind of curious to see what people would do with it. So that's sort of how we came across that. But I think for the season start that we're talking, I think that's going to be what's most on everyone's mind, rather than what like an official speedrun looks like. I think official speedruns will change over time too, as we see different changes, because there's like seasonal bounties and stuff. So now all of our seasonal characters are going to have these bonuses that are going to have, you're going to get more XP everything you kill, and so
this is kind of bizarre. Rax with his endgame build here, like he doesn't have a freaking alternate for Penitent Greaves or Temeri. If you don't have Temeri, if you don't have like this is an uber unique, is it not? This is a freaking uber unique, man. Why are you putting an uber unique on an endgame build? Like it's so weird why people would do this. Like, yeah, you can say this is best in slot, but where's the rest of the shit that says, here's what you do if you don't get those items, right? Like, Temerity is, I guess, common enough. Same with Penitent Greaves, but Melted Heart of Selig? Really? I'm pretty sure that's an uber unique, man. Right? Like, that's fucking bizarre. Okay, I don't like his thing there. I'm gonna look for a different one, I guess. What the fuck, dude? Go to Diablo 4. What is going on with this website? Clicking on D4 Planner, you son of a bitch. Necromancer. I guess. Bone Spear Endgame, Corpse Explosion, Bone Spear Endgame, Necro, Exu. Edge Masters, okay, yeah. Runic Mail of Might, there we go. So now, see, the only unique here to make this build work is just Deathless Visage. Might, Disobedience, Wind Striker, Runic, so boots. I mean, how often are you critting? That's what he took here, is the crit strike chance, I think. Like, eventually when the when they fix resistances in this game, I think that the... Let's see what we get from here. A ring and sigil. Good. Tier 4, cool. Critical strikes from Sever. Yeah. Is Sever a bone skill or a darkness skill or what? Oh, it's a darkness skill, okay. Anyways, when they fix resistances in this game, then things like taking, instead of for your sacrifice, from your minions, instead of taking the critical hit chance, that's when the 15% non-physical resistal or whatever will be good, right? But right now, as it stands, it's not. I don't think it's worth it because it's going to give you like next to nothing in terms of statistics. Who was it? Kriparian did a video where it showed the actual numbers and how they changed in value. Ginger Gaming mentor, he also did a video where he explicitly showed in game how much it changes your statistics to like add resistance gems to your jewelry and various things like that, and it was basically negligible. It was a waste of time. So, okay, let's see how much of this I can have. So, splintering. Okay. So that is splintering one in here. Show my class only. That's probably not. Bloodbathed aspect, intercom. Plunging darkness, commander's aspect, damned. Swelling, rapid, reanimation, needle flare, sacrificial. Grasping veins, bloodseekers. Edge masters, blighted. Splintering is one from there. Okay, cool. So that's cool. So if I want to try the bone spear stuff instead, like really the only thing I need to change is Bloodlance and get bone splinters and bone spear, probably. And then for gear, Edge Masters, Deathless, Runic Mail of Might, Disobedience. Like I pretty much have, I have Expectant instead of Edge Masters. I'm not worried. I know one of the things is they want you to get like a bunch of essence and stuff. So like let's see what this guy's utility max essence 182. I know you can get it up much higher than that. For instance, Windstriker, Runic Cleats, Serration. Okay, so I don't know. That's one I don't remember seeing there. Exposed Flesh and Accelerating. So basically what I need to do is I need to get Ossified Essence Key passive also increases the critical strike damage of your bone skills by 1%. Per essence above 50 up to 60%. So that's why you want to get like... So like me... That's why you want to get to the point where you're like... Probably at least at... minimum 110. Just to get the maximum benefit of this... of the Ossified Essence Key passive. Let's see what that says normally. So, Ossified Essence. Your bone skills deal 1% increased damage for each point of essence you have above 50 upon cast. And then this one says, the Ossified Essence Key passive, stay on there you bugger, also increases the critical strike damage of your bone skills by 1%. So, that's why. This increases your base damage with the skill for bone skills. And then Serration increases the critical strike damage per essence above 50. So yeah, minimum you'd want 110 essence. And then to get well, it depends on what the bonus is, right? Like if you get lucky and you get like a 60% one right off the bat, then there you go. So I need a new necklace. I need a new ring. Ring of Exposed Flesh. Up to 10% chance to generate 48 essence when hitting a vulnerable enemy with your bone skills. Okay, that's 30 to 50? Holy fuck, man. That's overpowered, dude, really. I know it's only 10%, but dude, when you're stacking attack speed and stuff like that for your character, and attack speed is actually pretty good on Necros. It's really good actually. When you're doing that, and then like it's basically 1 out of 10 hits, you're going to like give yourself, let's say you only have 100 essence, you're going to give yourself minimum like almost a third to half your freaking essence bar just in 1 hit. And you're going to be just flinging those spears out and the bone splinters, etc., right? Like, so Deathless Visage, I guess, well, Splintering, I have the Deathless Visage. I mean, I'm only looking at this because I got the unique. That's crazy that I got that the first freaking one I did. It's not maximum for the damage, but still, that's awesome. So I need damage reduction, maximum minion life, and garbage. Let's see. That's also damage. Garbage. Yeah, hold on to that, of course. Blood Surge, garbage. Garbage. Oh yeah, sell this shit off. Why is there a ruby on the ground? I'll take that. Oh, I have a quest to hand in. Cool.
I haven't.
What the hell? Did she not give me anything for that? Okay. Do I need to do anything with my... No, it's all socketed. Okay. Don't need to upgrade any of it. Oh, I guess I need to upgrade this. But it's not going to upgrade the actual... How much is that going to cost? 48k? Okay. Let's do it. Why is that giving me a... As if that's something I can put on as a... To show up, like... You can't see your rings and shit, so it's just a little bit weird. Oh, there's a hell tide going on down. Oh, interact map. Load.
Oh, there's just gonna be this.
Anyways, yeah, so I'm just gonna keep those items in mind when I'm ripping around, searching for gear. And, this would be cool to be able to swap between Bone Spear and Bloodlance whenever I feel like it. Kind of get bored of one, swap to the other. Better to do it early on as well.
This imbalance between now seasonal characters and Eternal Realm, so I think the speedrun scene will change a million times over the course of the lifetime of Diablo 4, but you know, we can talk about season 1 and the things that are going to change, because we're not even able to test everything, you know, for season 1 ahead of time. There's going to be, you know, our route. We don't have any plans for
what
all
the
of
fuck?
Those malignant.
Get out of here!
Bosses
Get
that
out of here!
come by.
Get
I mean,
out of
I'm
here!
just assuming if they come by, we're going to
Piece
try
of
to
shit.
deal with any of them that we encounter and check the gems that drop and try to apply them into our builds. But we don't even know what gems to look for. We've seen maybe I saw like a little tiny screenshot of
my guess is that the ones you're going to want to look for are either going to be build enhancing, obviously, right? You're going to want things that synergize with your build, or you're going to want things that are kind of like add some kind of new properties to your build, right? I think that's kind of pretty basic, like generally speaking, that's what you're doing anyways. Get the fuck out of here. You. Oh my god. Spotted
What is
one.
this?
one frame of one of the other Malignant Hearts in the preview. So this is all stuff that is going to be done on the fly. So whichever teams or whichever players are best on thinking on the fly are really going to be the ones that excel in a season start. But having that practice beforehand kind of sets you up well for that.
You definitely gotta have to adapt a lot to changing circumstances. Like there might be even like hot fixes like while the race is going on, like they did on the launch. For example, the gore bracers. Like I think we were like level 80, and then in the middle of the run, like the gore bracer got fixed on launch. And I'm thinking, especially if we don't have any like sort of testing environment before the season starts, we're just gonna do the testing whenever the season launches. And teams will have to adapt because I'm very sure there's gonna be. I think the developer said it himself during the live stream that they expect things to be broken, and yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. And that there might be adjustments if necessary. But yeah, you gotta think on the fly. You gotta be able to adapt, but. Obviously, like having some practice done and having like a general strategy of where to be at which time is going to be super important. And yeah, the categories that you mentioned, like which category or how have you guys done the practice now? Because definitely the most important or most popular thing, and what people will be very interested in, is exactly like the stats that you have in the season start in exactly that category. So 5 skill points instead of 10, like that would definitely be the main. Practicing ground right now for people. Like maybe it's not qualified as an official speedrun, but that's definitely what like 90+% of the people will care the most about.
So we have kind of did like a test flight of just 5 skill points, and as we earned the rep, we added more skill points as we renowned, whatever. But at season launch, it could be very different because as it is right now, renown you get experience.
Mm-hmm.
So if we actually do have 2 ranks of renown in every single town, we start at level 7.
Yeah, because you start
Not
with,
level 1.
Yeah, you're gonna start with 2,000
experience that you start off with. So that throws a whole wrench into any testing that you could possibly do and timing prior to doing anything on a run. So it could be pretty wild. That is if we do have 2 levels of renown in every single in like every area. We don't know for certain how it's going to play out, if there's going to be any adjustments, if the devs are going to adjust the experience bonus. But the first rank is 2,000, the second rank is 5,000. That adds up to 35k experience for everyone right off the bat by clicking claim on your map, right?
So the interesting part also about the renown, and I don't know if you guys have tested that, you also get quite some gold, right? Have you guys thought, I mean, I know we do this a lot in D2 as well, like you buy items from the vendors, so you get like, I think it's like, I don't know, like 30k gold for each renown region. Like, do you guys know if there's any, like, let's say breakpoints or something, like when you, like, I don't know, let's say you're level 10 and that's when you really want to check the vendors, like to get like a GG weapon or something? Like, do you have like any info on that or any testing there? Because that could also be like very interesting, I feel, to get like a big power boost.
We don't have the breakpoints figured out for the vendors yet, as far as I have seen.
Down as lava.
Yeah, maybe Reddit is gonna figure that out soon, but I mean, I think we've been more focused on how to get experience as quickly as possible. But I'm sure there is some sort of breakpoint that we could eventually figure out. There's also, vendors' shops don't refresh like all the time.
Not like D2.
They're also kind of expensive early on. They're sort of outrageously expensive.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the time we're playing with gold pools that already are in the millions, and we're not tracking every piece of gold that we pick up in the speed runs. But a lot of that stuff is.
Oh, why does it take the buff away, man? That's
for like
horseshit.
blue early on, and unless you're selling, which I don't really think it's beneficial to sell. Or like I like salvaging early on, personally. So you find so many things just as we're playing. Like the strategy revolves a lot around moving up huge mobs, doing events, you know, I don't want to talk too much about it because these guys know it better than me. But items don't really seem to be an issue. But it's a cool idea to think of, you know, with the shop refreshing, but and the breakpoints there. But more often than not, it almost seems like it's looking for a needle in the haystack sometimes with those vendors, especially early and given the cost.
I just remember I noticed a lot.
Man, what the fuck?
Launch that whenever you have a good weapon, like for your level, it's a really big impact. Because I remember like I did one Blab playthrough, I think it was during the open beta or something, where I just didn't get like a two-handed mace. Like I just didn't get it, and I was using like Hoda or something. And it felt so bad, like playing with my level 1 mace and level like 12 or something. So yeah, I think there could be something like that, but I definitely agree with the general something like that. That's what I've been doing as well. Like you basically salvage basically everything before, besides the items that you play. When you don't sell, you salvage, because you get the same materials that you need in the endgame. But if you sell, you only get a fraction of the gold that you would get if you would sell an item in endgame. So I think basically, like, for me at least right now, the best strategy is like basically salvage everything until you are in T4, and then you start selling, because you're just gonna get way more value of the items and the gold.
Yeah, you definitely need the materials early, for sure. Like, you're just never going to be able to upgrade anything if you don't have the materials.
Yeah, and upgrading your shit is way more important than
I think early on, like the lowest level, or the lowest amount of Veiled Crystal you need is 5, I believe.
I think
that's where maybe it's 4 if you're like level 1, but we never get an aspect at level 1. I haven't looked at it anyway, because you have to get a rare item. And anyway, so yeah, okay. So the other thing is the hardcore versus softcore discussion of these routing situations. Now we've only been routing for softcore because we've been pushing as fast as possible. I think we're all going softcore. But like, I guess that's the debate is like, why aren't you doing this on hardcore? I see that a lot, or asking like, are you going to do a hardcore speedrun? And it's like, well, we would have to come up with a completely, not completely different, but we'd have to change a few things because of how risky some of the situations we put ourselves in on this softcore speedrun. And I think the safety issue for hardcore, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure how often you get the scrolls of escape and the elixirs and all of that.
Well, the elixirs you make, scrolls of escape are a random drop, and I've done like hardcore walks, I guess, not really runs, but walks. I've gotten 46 and never received a scroll of escape. Where other times I got it almost as soon as I turned 20. Right, so they start dropping at 20. And it is pretty random. So it's hardcore is its own animal for sure.
Yeah. I don't think, I mean,
did you guys just fucking
Lucky or Rob, you all have much input on the hardcore versus softcore?
And
yeah.
pure elixirs. It's not really hard.
Wait, what the fuck did he?
I'm not.
What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, play it safe.
This is like over level and you'll be fine. Like it's really, you're not gonna get caught off guard if you're staying over level. In the softcore speedruns, we push things, right? We're trying to get into tier 3 as soon as possible. So you're gonna see us in Cathedral Light at level 35. It's just, I don't recommend doing that if you're on hardcore.
Man, that sounds
safe.
That sounds a lot. This is how I love to play the game as well, man. High risk, high reward, but like, like if you die, then just get back up and go again. Like, you know.
Push the boundaries on the softcore. Hardcore, you play it safe.
I'm always like of the nature, or my motto is always, man, go full DPS, and then you figure out how to survive later. Just dodge. Don't get hit for it.
Just dodge.
Yeah, just dodge.
Hit it easy.
But yeah, I mean, that's like, it just feels way more fun for me to play like that, you know, like having like high damage and like you really need to be careful where you're standing in. I think that's just such a more interesting playstyle than just standing in the back, like constantly worried if like one arrow is gonna hit you. Like, man, I don't care. I go into the fray, I jump into the fray or leap into the fray on my bar, and then I start killing stuff with like high DPS. And well, I'm worried about the surviving later, you know. That's how I like to play the game. That's what feels good to me. So I don't like this, like, you know, very defensive playstyle. Obviously, this could be a lot of strategizing and everything as well, like in the Nightmare Dungeon 100s or something. But I really like, you know, the grind, the blast, like when you have a fast-paced playstyle, like with high DPS, high utility. And, well, you have to give up some defensive to obtain
Seriously,
that.
fucking use that.
much more.
Holy shit. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I think those are some good points. Obviously, like because we're pushing the limits, we're going to be dying, and in hardcore, you don't take those risks. Is how I see it.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, buddy.
There's no real risk taking you do on hardcore, and that's why I don't find it as fun or as enjoyable. For speedrunning, you would still take those risks, I think, and would just like because it's a speedrun, you're done with the character after you're done with the speedrun anyway. So, but for like season start and pushing all the way to 100, you're not really speedrunning there. You're, you know, taking your time, you know, getting through the game.
I don't know how much taking time you really need to do. You just level slightly higher than 35, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I was kind of like a war Andy on season 0 launch, right? And I was like taking my time watching every single cutscene and everything like that, you know, really enjoying myself. But you know, after I was done with the storyline, I was just like, well, let's just push. And I walked into the capstone like mid 40s for tier 3. Walked through tier 3 was fine. Pushed tier 4 at around 65. You know, felt fine. And I walked into a dungeon at 68 and got telestopped because I didn't have a death evasion potion going. I didn't sit around and farm them out. And that's like, after that, you know, I was just playing angry on hardcore until I finally made it to 100. You know, it's not, it's as slow as you want to make it. I think you can play pretty aggressive on hardcore still. It doesn't, hardcore doesn't mean, you know, play safe always. It means like, you know, calculated risks.
I mean, especially if you want to win the race, like you definitely gotta, like on hardcore, you definitely gotta be taking some risks. And I mean, there might be like the Uber Lilith race as well, and I mean, that's full of risks in there. And
yeah, for sure.
There's gonna be some guy that just gets like it's either a Giga Chat or just gets lucky and well, beats her like very early on, I think. And, it's gonna be fun to see because we're gonna see many corpses on the way.
Yeah.
Many corpses.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
I mean, they do want to incentivize people playing their new season, so I feel like they are going to probably do something like maybe like they did for the Lilith statue, but in a a way.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, like I guess we have.
They did
kind
it
of
every
official
season.
confirmation
Yeah,
that
that
we're gonna
would
see
be cool.
leaderboards like earliest next year. That's a bit of a bummer, but I mean, they're gonna do it properly, I guess, and maybe they're gonna have like what you mentioned here, some like more. Like not really like in-game, but like maybe a statue or some rewards, like, you know, for the first people to just incentivize
And might be able to get a
people
second
to play the game, to have some
chest.
fun, to compete a bit, and yeah, I loved that. Like that was an amazing thing of the hardcore strategy, and then even all the community like coming together and creating like an unofficial race or leaderboard. I mean, that's great to see.
Yeah, what Blizzard lacks in the community picks up.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, that's usually how it goes in beloved
Yeah, that's
games.
kind of how like trading's gone in D4 as well as like, you know, the leaderboard. And anyway,
I have not traded.
yeah, I haven't traded.
I think the only trading I've done is, you know, every once in a while a speedrunner wants to try out some hardcore and I'll just hand them a bunch of gold or something like that. Or every once in a while we drop things to each other during the speedrun. And outside of that, I haven't been able to trade with anyone.
I mean, I'm sure there's, Discords and there's probably websites I'm not going to even mention, but yeah, like there's, or just even Twitch streams probably.
Yeah.
But
you just gotta develop some sort of community, I think, you know, outside of the game, which I hope that the devs are working on a way to make it something that we can actually do within the game. Like,
Yeah, like having that within the game would be
itself.
it's just so
Like,
much
outside
better.
of that trade channel that is sharded. You know, only like 16
Yeah, that
people are ever
sharded
on your
trade is
individual
garbage.
trade channel. I hope that they expand it.
So, are there any MMOs that don't have like a auction house or something similar? Because this
An
is an
auction house would be
MMORPG.
It would be nice in this game to have an auction.
Question.
Maybe chat knows out there.
Like
but
maybe that's the only way you could
if you
trade
have an MMO
legendaries, right?
ARPG, I feel like for trading you should be having an auction house as well with like search functions to be able to look up, okay, this amulet, does it have cooldown reduction, movement speed, etc., right? And so you should be able to have these search functions for the item that you're looking for on the auction house. And I mean,
100%, man. I felt that so crazy, making multiple characters and looking for items on these characters that are not my main and trying to
Yeah.
trade them. It's been a nightmare
Painful.
for the most part. But I mean, here we can already see the community is picking it up. Like they have like an awesome Discord server, like where you can. I mean, they make the best out of it at least. Like there's some sort of filter system. Obviously, it could be way better done like in the game directly because you don't have to go to like a third party like Discord. But yeah, I feel like they could do so much more. I felt we went a couple steps back. Like from D3, like obviously the real money auction house is a step way too far. But just having like a normal auction house, like similar to
like
PvP
World of
level,
Warcraft.
for example, or something,
Agreed.
like where you can actually trade and like use your in-game character without having to like make a screenshot, upload it somewhere, and then post a screenshot and like not having a filter system and it's just horrible. It's a nightmare. And I get why many people want to do this, but for me it's also like a big part of the game. Like the social aspect of the trading. Like when you trade, like you always like get to know new people. Like you're talking with people or you're interacting with people that you normally would.
See, this is exactly what I was talking about with that beef shammy guy the other day on stream, right? Like, there's the social aspect of like trading and how it involves people with each other. What the fuck, man? That was weird. That was bugged out. And then there's like just there's so much utility in having that available for people to utilize, right? Compared to not having it. The way D4 currently is, for instance. Give me my chest, motherfucker. And a lot of that social aspect, it brings people together. It keeps groups of players and whatnot essentially all together. Right? It makes it so much easier to keep people together playing a game than it currently does in Diablo 4. Because there's like no social there, right? Aside from what you form
it's
yourself.
Just like a fun
but when you have
game in the game as well.
When you have pro-social aspects to take advantage of as a whole community that the whole community can engage in kind of just passively, it enhances everything about the game.
Well, like just like trading and economy and min-maxing there, it's a lot about efficiency as well. And you can also like kind of, like build the item that you need like in segments. Let's say you want to like get a new weapon, you can like farm the gold in pieces without relying on the RNG of just getting like an 800 plus item power like a mace or something. Like you can just know that, man, maybe I can do this, I can farm about 10 million gold per hour, and then after 5 hours I can get the weapon that I want or that I need for my build. And I feel like it's a really important part, but yeah, there could be so much stuff that could be improved in this system.
Right, that would definitely make the late game grind of just dungeon farming, feel more rewarding because you're actually getting gold for what you're doing. Without like the actual items being put up somewhere, or having the proper structure in place in order to make that trade, it kind of feels like kind of pointless just farming forever.
What the fuck,
yeah,
dude?
I agree.
Okay.
I guess the next thing would be like going back to the speedrunning aspect, because we kind of got off of the speedrun into more general D4. But when we come back to like how you want to get into the late game
Two chests
quickly
up
versus
here.
how fast you want to be in the late game, the team compositions, what is going to be the best 4-man for like, okay, you might have a guy that really wants.
This would be my guess. A rogue, a barbarian, right? A rogue for his poison application, his traps, his mobility, etc. And they're, because they have great single, especially with poisons, single and group DPS. They're also, due to their mobility, highly defensive because of that. They have, despite being a rogue, they can survive amazingly. Second, barbarian, primarily because of their ability to group everything together with whirlwind if you have the right stuff, and then also their buffs, right? All their shouts. Next would be necromancer, I think, bone or blood, as like a ranged DPS guy that can also pull everything in together. So you have two guys. If you don't have a whirlwind barb, you then have at least the necromancer who can take corpse tendrils, right? And then what would be the fourth one? Druid, or maybe another rogue or something.
Don't ruin all that work.
I think
I've
we'll be
got
fine.
more than baubles, traveler. Have a look.
Wants to play a barbarian, for example, and he's dead set on playing barb.
What's the meta gonna be? But I'm always of the sentiment, man, if you want to play barb, okay, I mean, you're fine. Start with a rogue. You know, step one, if you want to play barb,
Yeah.
start with a rogue, blast to max level, and then make a barb.
I think it's first, always start with rogue, because rogue has the fastest leveling in the whole game. Okay, they are the most mobile. They can blast through content faster than anybody else for the most part, at least during leveling. And then at least use the rogue to accrue materials, right? Accrue stuff so that it's easier for your next character to apply aspects and upgrade and all that stuff, right? Rogue is a great base for that. That's why I'll be starting rogue. And then after that, play whatever, right? I think I'm gonna make 3 characters. I might make a druid again. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Barb and get boosted. That sounds pretty okay to me, but yeah, we'll see. Not everybody likes that, I get that.
Yeah, but a barb does also have a lot of support aspect with his shouts. So how beneficial is that versus like having a Sork with the fireball enchant, or I don't know, like the Necro can group a bunch of monsters together with corpse tendrils. The Rogue obviously has the most damage early and probably late. Yeah. Well, I mean, especially through the leveling stage, the Druid is very, very underpowered in the early game, but does start to come online as it gets later and later, and maybe keeps up or passes the Rogue. It depends on, like, I guess your RNG of the items you get. So, I guess, what team comps do you guys think will be the best for pushing 100 as fast as possible? Like, what 4-man? Maybe specifically, or even just like kind of you need to have these two and then whatever. Do you have an idea of what you would think that would be, Rob?
So yeah, without like, I haven't tested it myself, so I was just theory crafting and speculating, so take this all with a grain of salt. I think the Rogue is by
4
far,
rogues.
like, I don't know, I mean, like, there's definitely going to be a Rogue. Like, the Rogue is by far the fastest class from what I've seen. And the Rogue also has some crazy advantages. It has a very strong build, which is Twisting Blades, and I think there's even other strong builds like Flurry, but I think Twisting Blades is still the king.
Twisting
And
Blades
you
is king,
also
yeah.
have the benefit that you get the biggest aspect that you need for the build, the spinny thing that it spins
It's
around
single-
into,
literally
in
you
the
can get it at
cortex of
level
power
1.
pretty early on. So you have insane movement speed, you have very high
nice.
damage, you already have like a kind of functioning build. Obviously you can always improve, but it's just like so powerful in there. And then I think a second character could well be a sorcerer. Like, sorcerer, I think, falls off quite a bit in mid, to like from like level 50 to like level 100. It's not that strong, but man, that enchantment slot, like you mentioned before, I remember how it carried us. Like we had like one sword in our launch group as well. Big shout out, and like this, especially because I was on Barb earlier, and Barb leveling was very meh. It was not that great, and that sword and fireball enchantment like carried us through the dungeons like crazy. And so I think Rogue and Sorcerer are pretty much guaranteed, at least from my side. And then like the next two, you really have to see, like, are you gonna do like double class or something? I think the Necromancer has some pretty cool stuff, because throughout the playstyle, I have not leveled with Bone Spear, but I've only heard that Bone Spear does very consistent damage throughout the route. Obviously you have the Essence problem early on, but maybe if you find like the Umbral or something, it could be improved even if you don't have this like the flash aspect ring that you need there. And it's just one of the highest, or the hardest hitting damage in the game, especially if some other class, or you can group them with the tendrils as well and then just shoot Bone Spears. It's just so powerful. And it also has an aspect that makes everything vulnerable all the time, so I think that could
Corpse Tendrils itself.
Yeah, Corpse Tendrils has an upgrade where it makes everything vulnerable for quite some time, and obviously vulnerable is a very strong mechanic. It's pretty much a separate multiplier.
It's a 3-second vulnerable and a 3-second stun.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's fine. And in AoE, so like that's insane. So maybe third pick I would like go with the Necro. And on the fourth man, I feel it's very open. Like, maybe you're gonna take like second Rogue or something. I don't know. Like you can do some split farming craziness, I guess. Or maybe a Barb for the shouts. But I mean, Barb shouts has been nerfed so much that I'm not even sure about that. And then the Druid. It might be very weak, but it gives a lot of buffs. But I think Druid mainly gives defensive buffs. And like you guys said earlier on, like, we're probably gonna like focus more on DPS, on speed, on grouping, on AoE clear. But then again, I think the Druid, again, like I said earlier, like if you get really lucky and then you get like hit like a jackpot and get like a Tempest Roar or some of the like big items for Grizzly Rage or something, and you can carry, like the group will carry you early on, the Rogues will carry 1 to 50 with the sword as well. And then the Druid can carry 50 to 100, like auto-aim tornadoes or like some other of the, like even the Tread build that I've been playing recently, and that one hits insanely hard. So I think there's a lot of possibilities. But yeah, just like to summarize, I think a Rogue, a Sword are in, and then maybe a Necro, maybe a Druid, maybe a Barb, or maybe double Rogue. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's hear your truth. You've probably got the most.
I got a lot of I agree with Bob in a lot of places here. Sork, I think, will straight up carry almost any team early levels. As soon as they get that level 15 fireball enhancement, you know, when they add that in, it's just nuts. Like, you could just clear a dungeon so quickly. And with our routing, strongholds is really kind of what we do. And, you know, she just
you're gonna
helps
have
the
wait.
entire team, even if you're split farming, if you're all together, if you can group everyone up, then, you know, the sword really shines. I'm a big fan of rogues early, and late. I think that the sword does fall off, but she's always good at, you know, farming. She may not be good at, you know, pushing the boss, other than, you know, applying CC. This, as it is right now, you know, the whole meta could be flipped by the July 18th patch, but right now Sork struggles against like big bosses, but she does provide a lot of stagger for the boss. But Rogue does the stagger, Rogue does the damage for single target, Rogue does the damage for group targets. The only thing that Rogue is going to struggle with is they don't have enough skill slots for all of their high-powered abilities. So, you know, they may not be able to group things as well as other people, but they have abilities for that too.
Yep.
They are the Swiss Army knife of Diablo 4 right now, and
awesome.
they can really, a good rogue player can carry a team.
Yeah, that's a pretty good problem to have, man. There are too many good skills.
There really is.
Meanwhile, on Barb, we still play 3 shouts. Like, oh man, come on.
So we have a rogue main here. Lucky.
Yeah. So I don't think I'll comment on my comp for a 4-person team. You guys have covered that as well, but I was gonna take it in a different direction because I think a lot of people are probably solo players as well watching, and speedruns apply to solo players just as much as they apply to group players. We play in groups because I think groups have a slight edge given the mechanics of Diablo 4, so the blasters are going to want to group up, but there's going to be plenty of solo players that are right with those groups, like in terms of progression, the really good players. I was going to ask what you guys think, who the most balanced class is if you were going to do the speed run as a solo player, but it sounds like Rogue is the unanimous vote. But does anyone have any thoughts or ideas in terms of the more balanced solo player that you'll see really pushing?
50? Are you talking about caps?
100. The game, yeah. Go through the game. Yeah, get the World Tier 4. Who's getting Elias down first?
Elias down first, I think is still Rogue. I don't think Sork can push Elias as quickly and easily as Rogue. A lot of other classes are going to struggle with dodging a lot of his mechanics, wherein Rogue can just leapfrog a lot of Elias's mechanics. Pushing the actual dungeon itself isn't that difficult if you know the mechanics of the boss monsters there. You just the Animus carriers, they're the giant maulers that slam you. They do a charge and then a breath attack, and they'll one-shot you. But if you just move to one side, then you're in the clear, right? But Elias's actual fight, he throws the fireballs out. If you're any other class but the Rogue and Sork, you basically have to run pretty far away. That way you can kind of weave in between the fireballs if you're pushing early, or you have to wait and farm up here to actually tank some of his attacks. It's really hard to bob and weave in between every little thing. I've tried to do it with super low gear and no movement speed on the Necro a couple times, and it's just, you can't do it. You need movement speed or you need to be able to tank something.
Yeah, so the Necro does put out probably similar damage as the Rogue, but without the mobility.
Yeah,
And
I wish they
when it
brought
comes
back that
to,
blood.
Pushing
elite thing.
on softcore, we're dodging a lot of attacks with our mobility. So if you get multi charges on your boots for your evade and movement speed on amulet and boots, then the Necro has a better shot at pushing that earlier with good mechanics. But yeah, watching you do that was pretty brutal.
It's not fun.
Yeah. And then so for solo pushing, yeah, the Rogue sure, but after that, I would say Sork will get to the first capstone, but I think Necro might be right behind her and pass her on the World Tier 4 capstone.
I agree. I think Necro will pass Sork around that time.
Yeah, because the clear speed of Necro will just overtake Sork at that point. And that's just because her aspects out of the Codex are not as powerful, pretty much. The Necro can target farm a few dungeons and be super powerful, whereas the Sork, even with all of her aspects, is just lacking, I feel, from the Codex aspects. She really needs some of the ones that are not there. Just like the Druid with Pulverize Shockwave or Shred. But that's way later.
Druid really takes off when they're in Tier 4.
Yeah, to me, all that matters the most is who's going to get to 100 first. And if we're talking solo player, 99% sure it's going to be a Rogue that's going to do it first. Obviously, assuming the current patch, everything might change here with the 18th patch. But I think Rogue is just so far ahead. It's really good in leveling, it's really good in mid game, and it's fucking crazy in end game, especially with the poison twisting blades stealing infinite damage right now. I don't think any class can beat it, and it's probably also going to be the easiest Uber Lilith kill, for the world first Uber Lilith as a solo player.
Are you fucking kidding
Obviously,
me?
it will be a real fast. The only class I could see, if you want a Gamba and if you get lucky, it could be a druid, I think, because even if the druid is like, let's say, an hour later on leveling or something, I don't know if you have any numbers, but I probably assume the druid is going to be an hour behind the rogue to level 50. But man, if the druid gets lucky and then gets Tempest Roar or any of those like crazy items, like it's gonna out-farm the rogue in the Nightmare Dungeon section, like 50 to 100. It's just gonna farm like at 30% more efficiency than the rogue, I think, if you get really lucky on the druid. And there might be some players that just get lucky. I mean, if there's 1,000 players, like there might be 2 that find Tempest Roar on level 60. Like for example, it happened to me. I made a druid and 1 hour later I had Tempest Roar. You can get lucky sometimes, and then if the druid has that and 1 or 2 lucky aspects, the Tornado is just gonna blast. Like nobody even has a chance. It's max movement speed, always unstoppable, auto aims, infinite resource, and crazy damage. Like.
Alright, I'm back. And I found a new video to watch. We'll take a break from this pre-recorded stream by Rob2628 to listen to a video by Asmongold reacting. A video by Osterberg or whatever. Yeah. Here we go.
Sellers? Oh fuck. Like they need to make like why are they not? Let's see here.
Ladies, gentlemen, and Haradrim of all ages, the Diablo 4 team has released a massive 6-minute trailer today out of nowhere, surprising everyone. They sent out a 30-second clip of it on social media, and as I was watching that clip, I spotted a few things, a few new things, a few really important things that I didn't even actually mention out loud. So I went to find out that there was a trailer itself, a full-on 6-minute clip, and, well, let's just say they have revealed a ton of actual new important information about Season 1. Yes, they talked about some mechanics, but this isn't about what they talked about with the words, it's about what they haven't talked about, but what they chose to show as visuals within the trailer itself. The first thing of major note is that we were simply given incorrect information beforehand about the amount of new legendaries that will be in the season. There are actually going to be a lot of them, and I love that. A lot of new legendaries, a lot more than we thought. And so with that, to look
they said it's going to be 6 new uniques, but there's going to be a lot of new legendary powers.
Let's stop here, break down this trailer from start to end in as much detail as possible. Right from the beginning, we see some super quick gameplay clips, and an important thing to remember is that this gameplay wasn't just chosen arbitrarily. It's not just whatever the devs were using. Even if it looks similar to what we already have in the current state of the game, they chose these specific clips of these abilities for a reason. This is a trailer, essentially, and it could very well imply certain abilities or playstyles that are going to get buffed. It may not necessarily turn out that way, but it seems more likely to me than not. We can see
so we got rolling magma. Okay, I got it.
On Barbarian, which is currently a weaker playstyle, but a really exciting one. We see the shadow version of Bloodwave on Necromancer, which is generally considered quite weak. We see the bouncing fireball unique staff for Sorcerer, which is quite sadly weak as well. And to me, all of those being included in that initial montage is saying, hey, these are some of the things that we want you to pay.
I love how this guy's trying to make sense out of it, and I bet Blizzard was like, so why don't we have them do like those cool abilities that we, you know, like that one where the Barbarian does like the fucking earthquake shit? Like, that was pretty cool. Yeah, let's do that one, and then one where the fireballs are bouncing. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, because that looked good.
More attention to do because they might be about to get some cool changes, right? After that, we see the new boss being added within the season. We were told about this boss before, we knew that it existed. In theory, they are mostly tied to Malignant Tunnels, the new dungeon-like mechanic in the season, but given the room that they are in here, I would assume this specific encounter is actually possibly a part of the seasonal questline itself, sort of like a story encounter for this one boss. Then we see
I think that's a good way for them to do it, by the way. It's the same as they did Lilith, and I think they should do more bosses like that, where like there's a story mode version of the boss that you fight. That way the player gets like an idea of what the mechanics are, and then you fight them later on whenever they're actually like at full power.
Short clip of the open world itself, which now has these weird yellow egg sac and tendril-like things, meaning that they have straight up changed the entire aesthetic of the open world of the whole map to match the season of the Malignant, which even as a base concept, just the way that sounds, is actually really cool. The entire world will feel like it's been engulfed by this crazy plague. You can see that it lights up when an attack hits the egg as well, which implies that it takes damage, meaning it is an entity in itself in some way. We'll get into this a bit later, but my assumption is either that these are actually buffing the things around it, or that killing these egg sacs in the open world might even give you a brand new crafting material. Then we see a picture of a rogue on character select. In the top right hand corner, you can see it say that the season
ends in October, so that means that the game, they're gonna fix the game in like middle of October. Okay, good. So that gives us a framework, so it's like 3 months until they fix it. Okay.
On October 9th. They split back to this real quick, but
this guy has a lot of assumptions. I think every assumption he's made has been like, I think these are all reasonable assumptions to make. Yeah, these have all been reasonable.
important to note that that's actually up there. It could just be a placeholder, but based on the timelines that we've been told, each season will be around 12 weeks. October 9th would place the season as being 11 weeks and 3 days, which is pretty much right on the money, actually. Doing some basic math, they said expect 12-week seasons to expect 4 seasons per year. That would be 48 weeks. There are 52 weeks in a year, so in all likelihood there will be exactly 1 week between the end of one season and the start of the next. In other words, the fun part of knowing when season 1 ends is that we can pretty accurately predict predict that Season 2 is planned to start on October 19th,
Sure.
likely after a big balance patch that will hit on the 17th. So mark that one down in your calendars for a month from now to see if this logic will actually be correct for the future, because if
bet
it
it will.
is, that means that we can use this to predict pretty much every season for Diablo 4 ever. After that, we see a character creation screen with a necromancer. Nothing too new here, but
Yeah,
this is
that's
what
whatever.
the UI will look like on this screen in Season 1. A new form of corruption spreads across Sanctuary, and interacting with this requires campaign completion. Again, we already knew that, but seeing the UI element is sort of nice anyways. After that, we see the Battle Pass. We've seen this a few times, so it's nothing new to us at all. It's only the first few levels of it.
Ooh, there's
Then we
that
get another
power.
action shot of that
Blood
new
mist
boss that we
triggers
talked about,
corpse
but in a
explosion.
different location, which all but confirms this boss
Nice.
will reappear in multiple encounters. It's not just part of the seasonal
Damage
questline
reduction,
itself.
damage
It will be a
reduction.
part
I think they should just steal with what PoE does, and have like the you know how like you do on the Atlas, and it's like you can have like Uber Cortex, Uber Shaper, like Uber fucking like Searing Exarch. I think that's what they should do. They should have like the story mode boss that like gets people acclimated and introduced to the character, and then have like the like base end game challenge boss, and then have like the Omega version of the boss for the hardcore players.
Of the game and of the season in multiple places. The boss itself looks pretty sick. I'm actually excited to see this one properly myself in the game. After that, we see more of the yellow goopy egg things in the open world. These ones seem to be just a bit more decorative. They don't actually seem like they'd be an enemy type of any kind. Then we have a big place worth talking about. This is Cormand. He is confirmed as the new NPC that we were told about, being central to the seasonal questline. He is the one main person trying to solve the Malignant's plague, if you will. Here we see he has this whole little base camp set up on a cliff line.
Cool.
There's even a stash here that we can presumably use without having to go back to town.
That's very-
and it's there
that's actually
for a reason that we'll get
convenient.
to in a little bit. This is a nice little area with some
That's
runic
nice.
markings on the floor that I would assume are to keep out the spread of the Malignants from entering his
Well, I bet it's just probably a safe zone, so you go inside that, the mobs stop attacking you, which is good.
camp and affecting, well, him.
Yeah.
After that, we see the inside of the
steal.
end of a Malignant tunnel.
But when
These are the
what's
new
steal?
dungeon-type activities with extra Malignant-type enemies that you
Oh,
can
that's
use to
cool.
farm Malignant hearts, which are the main
Okay.
seasonal mechanic here. Just a cool view over the shoulder of a character as you enter the end chamber with the Invoker set up in the middle. Then we get into
What
the
kind of a tip is that? Complete the campaign with at least one character before Season of the Malignant begins? Okay.
season journey, and here we have a lot of meat to actually break down because we simply
I
weren't
feel like that's a bad tip, by the way. That's a
I need to restart the game. God damn it. I can see it's lagging out real bad. Come on, game, shut down. Close the program.
shit tip. Yeah, you want to play through, like, that's just, what the hell? So play the game now, so you have to play it over again? Like, that's...
Yeah, this is something I mentioned before too, right? What's not I don't think what's realistic in keeping at the very least casual players in is with the seasons. It's like, okay, yeah, these legendaries and uniques are coming to Eternal Realm simultaneously as they are going to the season for the 20th. However, the problem is there's going to be lots and lots of people who haven't completed the campaign at the very least, right? So those people are going to have to play through the campaign first. I would recommend doing it on Eternal Realm, at least as things stand right now. Go through the Eternal Realm, beat the campaign as fast as possible, and then freaking do then start a seasonal character, because at least then you can choose skip campaign, right? Now ideally you'd want to complete at least the exploring the map and getting all the altars before you also go and do the season. Those two things, or those three things: beat the campaign, get every region explored, and get all the altars, right? But you're asking people who haven't even completed the campaign in 5-6 weeks, right, in a month and a half, to then start a new character and have to do all that over again, essentially, because they haven't beat the campaign. That's dumb. If anything, it should be, and you can only do this for so long, right? Like the first season should have been like, these people should get it for free, just be able to skip the campaign as part of the season. Or what's weird is that they've made it so that the seasonal mechanic is only available after you beat the campaign. Here's the reason why that doesn't make sense. One, if you skip campaign on a new character, you're level 1. Okay? Say you have all your renown. So you have your 5 skill points, you have your extra potions, etc. And all your altars. So that's a decent bit of power right there, or whatever. Although not as much as some people is making it out to sound. Why is it that only after beating the campaign do you have the season mechanics, the quest line, become available? You just like side quests and other things, like you can be doing as part of the campaign. You can start in Cryovision, or you start in Cryovision, and you start the main quests here. There's 2 of them here in Cryovision, but then you can come to Karagar, right, to Skosglen. You can go to Dry Steppes, and you can go to Kegistan, and right, like you can, or at least 3. Act 1 is Cryovision, Act 2 is Dry Steppes, Act 3 is Karagar. You can be doing at least simultaneously be doing all 3 like main story quests for each area, more or less. Like you can do one, then bounce to the next, then bounce to the next, and just rotate like that through them if you wanted. That's not typically how people play it, but you could do that. Why is it that it's okay for a level 1 character, essentially, or somebody within the first hour of playing, can be exposed to the seasonal mechanic through a quest line after they've skipped the campaign with a new character, but it's not okay, apparently, for somebody who has never completed the campaign to gain access to it? Why not give that to them as something to do, integrate it as part of the weave of doing the main story quest with the main quest of the season? Literally, all they would have had to do was think, okay, how does this main story quest start in the game? You start in Cryovision, so that's where you find the guy. The next time you're going to find him for the next part of the quest is going to be in the Dry Steppes, and then in Karagar, right? So as you're progressing forward through the campaign, you're also doing the side quest of the season. And then you just move forward. Like, it makes no sense to bar people from the season mechanic by saying you have to complete the campaign first. It's dumb. There's no reason for it. I'll be right back. Anyway, let's press play again.
It's a terrible tip.
Yeah, terrible
these
tip.
screens in the Season 1 developer stream. We saw Chapter 1, we saw a couple of the legendary aspects in the rewards at the bottom, but we only saw the 1 chapter, and in that chapter there were 5 aspects. The 2 that we saw were class-specific, so the logic was that Chapter 1
So you can
rewards
skip?
5 class-specific...
But like, you see, like whenever people say so you can skip, but like, it implies that everybody wants to skip the campaign. And also, even if you skip the campaign, you still start at level 1. Like, you still start at level 1. You still have to level up to 50. That's what I'm saying. He's like, so you're making somebody level up twice. Yeah, and? Well, I don't know. I think that, like, if somebody went and leveled, they just finished the campaign and they just leveled to 50, they probably don't want to do it right away.
Yeah, again. They don't want to do it again. Because the campaign,
maybe I'm
as good
wrong,
as it
but,
is,
like,
it's not the greatest.
I don't know. Like, that's how I would feel. Fuck.
specific legendary aspects into your Codex of Power, right? In previous tweets from the developers, we were told that all legendaries and uniques being added in the new season will be added to the Eternal Realm as well when the season hits.
Yep.
In a separate tweet, we were told that the
Holy shit,
yeah,
dude.
yeah, they said that. That's on the 18th.
July 18th patch will in fact add the new 7 legendaries and 6 uniques to the Eternal Realm. The logical reasoning understanding from those two tweets being put together is that we would only actually be getting 7 legendaries.
Season will have 32 Malignant Hearts across 4 categories. That's seasonal only. 6 new unique items plus 7 new legendary aspects. Oh, so okay, so we're not getting like 30 new legendary aspects. There's 32 Malignant Hearts, not
Yes.
32 legendary aspects.
I don't know why people kept thinking that.
And 6 uniques for the season, but this couple of
probably
screenshots
like
immediately
five,
disproves
like one
that
class base,
completely.
one for each
In
class,
the
and like
season
two-
journey, we
two
know that
overlap
Chapter
ones.
1 rewards 5 legendary
I
powers
bet.
to your codex. We
be
now see
wrong.
that Chapter 3 screen, which also has 5 legendary powers, then they also quickly click through Chapter 2 a bit later on, showing another 5 legendary powers. Of
What's
course,
this shit? Complete 10 sellers? Oh fuck! Like they need to make like why they know?
the implication here is that there are now 5 legendary powers unlocked for your codex per chapter,
Yeah.
which was, by the way, my initial guess. 7 chapters, which would make 35 legendaries. I would also go out on a limb and say that there are 7 more than that, at least, which would be the 7 that are going to be added.
Wait, yo, like I don't think that. Nah, bro, like, cause he's assuming that the legendaries that you get are ones that are new. Do we know that these
I hope they're
legendary
new.
powers are new?
They better be
Of the
new.
35, 7 are going to Eternal. Wait a minute.
See, I think people are confused here. They said that there's going to be 7 new aspects and what? Like my assumption is that maybe like for the chapter rewards, you're going to choose one of these. Each one. You're going to pick probably the one that's for the character you're playing on, or if you're thinking ahead, you're going to pick one that's for a new character you're going to make afterwards. But if you get them all, that's maybe a little weird. Now, some of these are probably going to be current, like aspects that are currently. There'll probably be like 1 new aspect per chapter. That's one of the aspects that they put in the game for the season. And like I think people are confused about the gems, right? The Malignant Hearts, because those are kind of like legendary aspects. But they're like legendary gems from Diablo 3 effectively. Hold on a second. Jesus. What was I saying? Okay, so either you're going to get them all that's displayed on each chapter as a reward, or you're going to get to pick one. Or, and additionally, say you get them all. Okay, that's fine, that's cool. But some of those are going to be probably aspects that you would normally get, not as part of the Codex of Power. They're going to be aspects like, say, maybe Bloodseekers. Or no, Bloodseekers is, I think, an aspect you can get in here. Let me see. Yeah, Bloodseekers is one in here. So let's go with one that's not in there. Which one was it? Hungry Blood. Like this could be something like this. You don't find it as part of the Codex of Power, but instead you get it as a drop. So you have to wait. But instead of waiting on a drop, you could get it as a guaranteed aspect from this, from the seasonal reward each chapter. Like something like that. And then you'll get a one-time use aspect or something. Right? That makes sense to me. Just like the Hadrig's gift from Diablo 3 was a one-time use, and you gotta choose which. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's one, it looks like, for each class. So maybe depending on the class, it's either you get to pick which ones you want, one of the 5, or you get one based on your class. Right? It'd be better if they just made it so it's like, here, pick one of these aspects that you don't get as a Codex of Power aspect, and then you have it at the level that you're at to get to put it on your, so you can make your build faster, right? Now, if it's, I suspect that it might be a new one you get to choose one, but you get a new one each season journey chapter reward or something. I don't know.
So you're saying that there are 35 new legendary powers and 7 of them are going to Eternal Realm, but if you're playing on the Seasonal Realm, there will be 35 new powers. Because, like, that sounds too good to be Blizzard. Like, I don't think that happened. Like, I don't... He's not talking about any type of legendary affixes at all. He's saying 32 Malignant Hearts. Like, where is this dude getting 35 legendaries? Because, like, why don't we... Like, how do we not just assume that these are just the same ones that you get from the dungeons?
I would also go out on a limb and say that there are 7 more than that, at least, which would be the 7 that are going to be added to the Eternal Realm.
I don't know.
The way that I see it is that these journey ones will only exist as codex aspects that you can imprint, rather than being on items that you could just find in the wild, as that is the only way to interpret the tweets from the devs up to this point, without just straight up saying that they said something incorrect, which is possible, but I don't want to say that either.
I mean, you think they added 7 new legendaries for every single class? There's no fucking way they did.
No way they did that. Yeah, that's kind of.
I'm
sounds
sorry,
like
boys.
too
Like
much.
That didn't happen. Like,
So I need
I've played
Serration,
Blizzard games for a
Exposed
long time.
Flesh.
They're not doing that. It's gonna be. I guarantee you, if you ever have to, it's 1 for every chapter. 7 total, 1 for each class, 2 universal. That's what I bet it is.
Lots of legendaries coming in the season. Excitement building even further now.
Dude,
After
I
that,
don't
we see
know,
what is
man.
presumably the first quest of the seasonal questline,
That's a leaf.
Burning from Within, right at the waypoint in Cryovision, where an NPC tells you that they saw a person turn into a demon, the corruption spilling out when her skin burst. This is sort
that
of
supposed to be
nuts,
a
very
surprise?
visceral, and while
Shit
it lines up
happens
with our
all the time.
understanding of what the season was going to be, this really helps to set the actual tone of it. This storyline will be dark. The whole season will be very dark, so just be ready for that. Be ready for people and monsters just bursting into demons being at the forefront of it all. Then we see some more gameplay clips, a druid using Cyclone Armor's active and then also Wind Shear as a basic skill, a rogue using Barrage with some imbuements, and again, a barbarian using Upheaval, possibly some more buffed ability.
If ranged rogue was really good, I might play it. Just for, because I used to play Demon Hunter back in the day.
Maybe they're related to some of the new legendaries, we'll have to actually see. Then we see a pair of level 40 characters taking on an
Magic
Invoker
is
event.
neither good
These are the things that you can activate in Malignant Tunnels at the end to farm a specific type of Malignant Heart. Good to have some more footage attached to that though, so we can actually see what it looks like properly. After this, the info starts to get a
Holy
bit more
fuck.
spread out, so we won't be breaking it down
Hold
quite
on,
as
what was this here? Earn favor, who gives a fuck? Oh, this is for Battle Pass, Battle Pass, Battle Pass, okay, this is all Battle Pass.
tightly as we have until now. The next
Oh,
bit
this
of
is Battle
important
Pass
info
upgrade, I see
is
that.
expect new transmogs to appear in the game. Yes, there are ones from the shop that will be added, there are ones from the Battle Pass as well, but they make a point of saying from gear too. So of course the implication there is that there will be new free stuff that you can just find in the game as actual gear drop.
Oh, damn. So I really think what they need to do is they need to have like unique rewards for people killing these bosses on hard modes. Because if they don't have that, like, what's the point in killing a boss? Like, they've got to have that.
From enemies, then salvage that to get the cosmetic look from them.
Why do you
Then
have
they
to
talk a
salvage it?
little bit about the battle pass itself. Not any new info on it, just showing the first 10 levels of rewards. Again, nothing major, but this is what the UI will look like for this screen. Then we see a few frames of Cormund in what I assume is his initial camp setup earlier in the seasonal questline. This is the part of the Burning from Within quest. We assume that's the first quest in the seasonal questline, and so this is one of the earlier encounters that you'll have with this character. After that, they talk a bit more about the Smoldering Ashes and the Seasoned Blessings. You get Smoldering Ashes from the free track of the Battle Pass, meaning that everyone can get them even if you don't spend any money.
So it's pay to win. Okay, I understand. So guys, in case anybody was wondering, Diablo 4 officially pay to win. That's it, guys. That's it. Pack it up. Pack it up. It's over.
Spend them to upgrade different possible boosts for your
Confirm.
character, such as XP gain from kills, gold from sales, rare materials from salvaging, duration of elixirs, and boosted drop chance on rare Malignant Hearts, which is going to be very important as we get further into the season. We don't learn anything new from this, but the two big things that I would like to know are how many Smoldering Ashes are we going to have by the end of the season?
Yeah.
Will it be enough to upgrade all of these blessings, or are our choices here really actually going to matter a lot more? What level will we have to be for each of them as well is an important important thing to know. We can already see that the first Smoldering Ashes are at tier 8 on the Battle Pass, but require you to be level 35 to actually use them, so you already have a fair bit of work to do before you can even get that first one actually applied.
Yeah,
Directly
they're
after this,
free.
though, we see something brand...
Yes, unironically, I know I meme about this a lot, but there's no way that you can pay to win in the game. There's just no way you can do it. You can't do it.
New, which is Malignant Heart Crafting. This
Oh, I
is
got another one of
actually
those. That's
really
good.
cool. We can make a lot of inferences from this screen. First and foremost, this is the camp area with the stash that we talked about earlier. Here we see 3 types of Caged Heart. You know that there are 4 types of them overall. One of them can go in each color of infested socket, and then one of them that's just sort of a wild card that can go in any type of the sockets. It would appear that you can't craft the wild card ones at all. Those will only be drops from the
Hopper,
actual
go
enemy
upstairs.
encounters in the game.
Go
And in
upstairs,
theory,
buddy.
those will be the most powerful ones, so that makes sense. But
Yeah.
you can craft 3 other types. We didn't know that you could craft before this, but how do you craft them, you ask? Well, we can see that crafting a vicious Caged Heart requires Devious and Brutal Ichor. There is also a salvage symbol tab at the top.
I hope they don't make me have to click this shit. Like, I don't want to have to click this. Please don't make me fucking click it. Oh my god. Like, you remember, like, that PoE season where they started adding stacks of scrolls? Bro, that saved my life.
So it makes sense to say that you can salvage the Malignant Hearts that you aren't going to use,
click
which will
it?
give
No.
you Ichor from that type of
make me
Malignant
mad.
Heart. Then creating a new heart actually requires the Ichor from the other 2 types. That system is actually really straightforward. It makes a lot of sense just looking at this one screenshot, and until this moment, we had no idea we would even actually be able to full-on craft these ourselves. We thought they would just be from drops, so actually seeing this is really good info to be aware of that changes the way that we're going to be approaching this season. After that, we just go back into a bit more Battle Pass talk. Nothing really new to see here.
Yes,
Then we see
whatever.
a big malignant Goatman enemy spawn in, which looks gnarly as hell, and when he dies, you can see the Caged Heart dropping as a reward. It's just a nice cinematic view of how that system will actually work, shown super quickly. After that, we swap to a bear form druid for a moment, and Jesus Christ, do
I
you
feel like they could have added in some new models, man. Like, they added in the new boss, that's cool, but, like, I mean, I always compare the game to PoE, and I know this might annoy some people, but I think it's very fair, personally, because PoE is, like, that's, like, the next, like, best game in the space. Like, every new league does add in new types of NPCs. So I hope that they do have new NPCs in the game. A red bear? I mean, bro, come on.
see how
PoE's the
red
standard,
this
yeah.
druid is? I know you can get pretty red from just getting covered in blood from killing enemies in combat as bear form, but that
That's
looks
cute.
intensely more red to me than blood. It looks
Someone says it is fair. PoE's 10 years old. Also, it is, and like they do a new. I'm not comparing 10 years of development. I'm comparing each season, like one season to one season.
way more red before than what I've seen in game. No idea what this actually is though, but it implies to me that Clifford the Big Red Bear might be a bit of a hint towards a legendary, maybe a Malignant Heart, or even one of the new unique items that will be added to the game. Then after this, it just shows some Eternal Realm stuff, talks about the concept of starting again fresh and how it is not as daunting as it may seem. All of the
Yeah, if
fun
you
stuff
have
in this existing game foot.
If you have to do the campaign again because you never completed the campaign, then you might as well not fucking do the season. At least not at first, because you're going to be stuck waiting. That's just fucking dumb. Like, yeah, you're going to have to freaking worry about that, man. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, why did I even make that then? It's worse. I shouldn't have wasted the money on that. I mean, it's not that much of a difference, but I'm going to... Oh, this is a legendary, that's why. I'll just go sell those items and then fucking go do a nightmare dungeon or something. Go get some levels and some money. Good thing that's an aspect that I can just freaking... Why does it reset my fucking bonus every, like, time I talk to somebody or, like, enter an inventory or fucking something? Like, that's weird. That's cool, sword. Kingslayer. It's the type of Flambird. I like this sword. Looks cool. Okay. Let's see, what do we got? Shiv to Ruins, Thorns, Death Pulse, no. Increased healing, volcanic, monster shadow damage. Witch Water, Nightmare Sigil.
Photos that we already have. It actually cuts to show a bear druid who is notably less red but still covered in blood, which I think lends credence to my previous point, my last theory. After that, we can see what appears to be Cormand himself, the main NPC of the seasonal questline, person trying to solve the malignance. I don't know, I'm sort of inferring from the silhouette. Obviously the lighting is intentionally quite vague here.
Who knows? It's probably him.
The outfit and the hair looks right.
Yeah.
But it appears that he is the one summoning the new boss.
I'm gonna go do this first.
Potentially this will be a big sort of bearer of the malignance, the curse spreading around, and he is summoning it to try and get us to kill it and defeat it in the hopes that it will solve the actual problem. Spoiler alert, the season is 3 months long. This will not solve the problem. Past this, let's go back over the fact that your Altars of Lilith and your Fog of War map discovery progress will be saved going from the Eternal Realm going into the Seasonal Realm, which
unless
is
you haven't done it,
again,
of course.
even though it's something that we already knew, and that's actually pretty much it as far as the actual info dropped within the trailer. The full trailer has been broken down right here from start to finish, all the important stuff, all the little hints that they don't say out loud, but they're trying to drop somewhat slyly. And the biggest thing, without a doubt to me, is one, confirmation that we are getting at minimum 15...
Charge also calls forth 4 aspects who also charge. That's a new one.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that is a new one. I don't remember this one.
I guess we'll see when we can actually see
the show more.
In all likelihood, it will actually be more than...
Supported class, Poison Creepers, active, Landslide. Is this one new too? It is? Okay.
Double that if we can extrapolate properly based on the information given. And 2,
well, maybe there are going to be 35. There's like no way though, right?
I thought they were only dropped before, but knowing that we can
dude, if they add 35, like, I'll be impressed.
Quite a bit. It removes a lot of the RNG potential that it has.
I just don't believe it. I don't believe it until I see it.
All that to say, there is going to be a big...
Yeah, like, I'm not going to believe that until I see it.
Starts. The season itself will have a ton of changes to our builds too, in theory, both between the balancing itself and then these new legendary powers and the Malignant Hearts that we will have added as well. So we have a lot to look forward to here. And a lot of theory crafting in our future too for the people who like to come up with their own builds. Outside of that, we got to learn a good bit of flavor stuff. We got to see the new boss in action just a little bit. We got to see actual active visual changes that will affect the entire open world of Diablo 4, which is awesome. And we got to see a tiny little bit of the seasonal questline itself and what it will look like. I'm really just looking forward to seeing even more stuff. I cannot wait for the season to drop. I've loved my time with Diablo 4 so far, and I cannot wait to see how it continues moving on into Season 1. Like if you liked the video, subscribe and hit the notification bell for more, and most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, until next time, stay sweet.
Stay sweet.
Okay.
Josh,
okay.
Cotton and Hollow with the
so look, I'm gonna just keep it real, right?
Yep.
If Blizzard drops 35 legendaries on the first season,
shocking,
I will be genuinely fucking impressed, and I will buy the premium Omega Deluxe Battle Pass. I will be like, what the fuck if they actually do that? That would be insane. Yeah, so like, let's talk real quick about like what would I want to play. I'll link y'all the video, give it a like. I think this. I know people were memeing about it. I actually think that he drew a lot of good insights with the trailer. I think that the insight with like hitting those pustules in the open world and shit like that was smart. And like, you know, was it like using the unused abilities, like, and it's like these are the ones that are going to get buffed. Probably a bit of copium there, but we'll see. I'll talk a little bit real quick about like what my plans, my build plans for D4 season.
Play Barbarian,
okay,
get
so
Whirlwind.
number 1, base Necromancer.
Oh, wow.
So that's my number 1. Like, that's what I want to do, number 1. Number 2, actually, Ranged Rogue. 3, Thorns Barbarian. 4, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, those are the 3 I'm going to play.
Those are the classes I'm going to play, too.
Druid? No, Druids are fat.
Yeah.
I don't want to play. No Druids. Sork. I mean, maybe if they have something really cool, but why would I want to play a class when its main defensive ability doesn't work? I don't want to play that. I'll play Sork in Season 2, because you fucking know, this is the thing. They fixed it? No, they didn't.
They didn't fix
They said they're
nothing.
going to fix resistances in Season 2. So whenever they fix resistances, I will play Sork, because I bet this is what I think. I think that they're not going to balance it properly, and Sork is going to be OP as fuck. Because Season 1, they're going to rebalance Sork to be really good even without resistances. Then the moment they turn resistances on, Sork is going to be unkillable. So Season 2, we're going to play Sorcerer. Season 1, my main class that I want to play is Necromancer. Like, I want to play that. This depends, though. It depends on what gets buffed and what gets nerfed. These are my top 3. Now, there could be something I've never heard of or I never even thought of, but I don't know yet. Wait for the 18th patch notes. Yeah, well, like what I'm saying is, like, going into the 18th patch notes, these are the classes and these are the builds that I want to play. So whichever one of these 3 in order, like if all 3 of these builds are viable, then I'll play Necromancer. If only Ranged Rogue and Thorns Barbarian is viable, then I'll play Ranged Rogue. And if only Thorns Barbarian is viable, then I'm only going to play that. Does that make sense? Bone Spear Necro is easy mode? I don't want to play that. It's just garbage. It's a garbage spec. Like, I'm sorry, but like, it's garbage. The gameplay is garbage. You understand? Gameplay. Like, I know it does a lot of damage, but it's not fun. Yeah, it's so boring. Exactly, 140% crit damage from sacrificing Golem. I think it's broken. I mean, I think that Bone Spear is going to get annihilated. I think that they're going to absolutely nerf the shit out of it. The Spirit of Necro is based in minions. Yeah, bro, like, if you want to play, like, Bone Spear should be like a sorcerer build. And it should just be called, like, Fireball or something like that. Like, running around, casting spells with no minions, that's what sorcerers do, not necromancers. What the fuck are we thinking? It's crazy, man. Necro's just a weaker Sork. Well, it's a stronger Sork in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
but it's
stronger Sork.
The utility is bad. Bone Spear is getting buffed? Do you think they're going to buff Bone Spear? There's no way, man.
Why would they buff
way
Bone
you think
Spear?
they're
It
gonna
doesn't
buff
need a
Bone
buff.
Spear?
It's strong as fuck as it is.
Out of your fucking mind. Bone Spear could be nerfed by 50%. It would still be the same. Yeah.
Wouldn't have made it
It's
without
fucking
you.
crazy, man. Minions are so trash. Well, yeah, but they don't have to be. Like, minions could be really good. All they need to do is add in 2 more legendaries, and that's it. Like, if they have think about it, right? If they have a new legendary affix and a new unique for Necromancer, minions could be good. That's all they need to do. Plus 6 Pandagirl, then 340k Bone Spears is broken. Yeah, I know. Thoughts on fizz resistance not being a thing? Physical resistance should not be a thing. I think armor shouldn't apply. Magical resistances. I think it's fucking stupid. Armor should be physical reduction. Resistances should be magic reduction.
But resistances don't work correctly.
And that's it.
I think that's maybe why they set it up that way.
About? Yeah, you want to talk about physical resistance? You know what I call that? That's armor.
The other problem too, I think, is that they probably the content scales so high in terms of like the output of damage and the defense and whatnot of enemies. Eventually, where they, especially when you're doing end game nightmare dungeons, they outpace you so easily that in order to make resistances better, because that's where a lot of the damage is coming from, is going to be elemental damage. Especially when you grant them multiple damage affixes through like Nightmare Dungeon sigils, right? It's like extra monster shadow damage, and they can have multiple of those. So they can have multiple affixes where they get on top of their regular affixes, whatever they are, when they're elites and stuff like that. Every monster gets these couple of affixes, and additionally, when they're an elite, they have whatever their normal affixes are plus the ones from the sigil. Makes them really powerful because they're doing multiple types of damage all at once, which is something that you can't really do as characters as player characters, right? Because you usually get like one or two, usually two, in depending on the circumstance, but like physical and an elemental type, basically, and then or like two elemental types as like a sorcerer or a necro or something like that. But monsters get way more than that, so their damage scales way higher in general than players, and without gaining the resistances from armor, you're probably too weak. Even if they fix resistances and then they separated them from armor, so that armor is purely physical and resistances are resistances, and there's no crossover there, then your resistances would still be too low. We'd be in the same boat as we are now, effectively. So at least hopefully if they fix the resistance problem correctly, then the resistances will scale accordingly or properly for as you're going up in tiers and you're getting better gear, etc. Hopefully that's what'll happen.
God damn.
Oh, I think that's the one that he wanted me to put, that Buddy was saying you should put in his bludgeon. Blood orbs fortify you. Yeah, that one. Put that in. So that's good, because it's maximum life. And now I need intelligence instead of... So what, I can take... that out. I can take that out. Take that. So I don't really need dexterity now, right? Not getting attacked. Okay. Oh boy. What do I... Oh, right. It's dexterity, intelligence, and wisdom that I need, right. And what's the first gate he was recommending? Let's see. What's this next one? Blood begets blood. Blood begets blood. Blood orbs grant 5% increased damage up to 15% for 5 seconds. Nice. Recuperate 10% life regeneration while not damaged. Recently, aggression 30% overpower damage, 10% damage, maximum life, blood orb healing. 10% damage for 4 seconds after picking up a blood orb. 12.5% damage while healthy. Fuck yeah. Intelligence, blood orb healing. Great. Now, what gate is he asking to go through? Oh, I think he's thinking like this. That's what it looks like, yeah. That way you can get the legendary very quickly. There we go. Now, I'm just wondering if there's a way for me to get maybe... Yeah, it's gonna have to be like that and go for this first. Overpowered. That's nice that that's right there. Yeah. Gotta get up there as fast as possible. What do we need? 345 intelligence? That's not much. That's only like 46 intelligence I need. So here. Or I guess. Here like this. Damage. Overpower damage. Yeah, get that first. Alright, let's move on. Whoops. There's one. This lack of mobility sucks. Jesus. Get the fuck out of here, man. Ugh. That fucking hurts. Fuck you, man. Like, I don't even get... As soon as it touches me, like, looks at me, I'm like, fuck.
Same dream as always. Serpent's eyes in the darkness. Shadows slithering through the grass. I shed the skin from this old dying form. Then I am adorned in scales. Free from pain. In the scales are reflected faces I know. Villagers who scorned me, cursed me, laughed at me. Tongues flick in the darkness. Hear their words in my thoughts. Each life is a sacrifice for us. Each life is a scale for your rebirth. I awaken, and the snake is at my feet, waiting.
God damn stupid little spiders, man. Holy shit. Ugh, and they keep just getting in my way, man. Holy shit. Those things are so annoying. Why didn't that pull him in, man? What the fuck? That's weird. Oh. Get pulled in, you motherfucker. Thank you. Get that fortification. Much easier to get fortified now with that glyph in there. Alright, back to this.
No class has a chance if you get lucky. But if you want consistency, I think Rogue is your pick if you want to try to make a first solo player.
Yeah, so for first Uber Lilith, I guess to give you like my stats, the Druid Capstone speedrun I did took me 4 hours and 45 minutes. The
One question,
Rogue
like 4
speedrun.
hours, 45 minutes, is that level 50 or is that the Capstone Dungeon and your T3 ready? Or like just beat the Capstone Dungeon?
Just unlocking tier 3.
Unlocked.
So I'm level 36,
But do
37.
you think you could farm it at that point? Because I think that's like the most important. Like if you unlock it, okay, that's fine for a speedrun. But like, are you actually able to like kill monsters on T3 at that point?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the great
okay,
thing.
that's insane. What level would you be, your character?
35 to 37, somewhere.
And
in
they are like 53, right?
Yep.
Holy shit.
You guys
Yeah,
want to talk about the route to get there? Have we gone into the details there? I'm sure Rob would like to.
Oh, I was gonna say, my rogue unlock time was 4:07, 4 hours and 7 minutes. But it can easily be sub 4 because
My solo Sork was 3:44.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the rogue can be closer to that, I think. So rogue and Sork are gonna be an hour faster than the druid, and that's just the first capstone. And it's gonna keep going to the next capstone as well. So you're gonna be probably 2 hours behind on solo runs versus other solo players getting to world tier 4.
And I mean, as soon as you're in tier 3, your experience skyrockets because you're getting that 100 XP bonus compared to 20%. And I'm sure you have already done the calculations, Rob. Elixirs are additive.
Yeah, and like, who knows what the battle pass will be? I would assume it's additive as well. So.
As soon as you get to 40, you can start unlocking those. So, I mean, even if it's additive, we're going to be sitting around about 117% if you have an elixir going at all times and you stack all your smoldering ashes immediately. You're going to be able to blast pretty quick. Compared to somebody that's sitting in tier 2 trying to farm up in order to take on the capstone.
Yeah, you get double the XP they're getting.
Yeah, that's exactly what we tried on launch as well. Like just get to tier 3 as fast as possible because you also get sacred items, of course. And I think you guys know what was the level again to wear a sacred item? Because that's also really important. Like when you get your sacred weapon.
45 is the lowest you can get a sacred item on.
Okay, so yeah, you're pretty close then already to get that.
60 is ancestral.
Yeah, if you at this breakpoints, like you're gonna be flying through those items.
Yeah, so you need to find a weapon that has the lowest level requirement and it needs to drop early. Like
yeah, and again, there's definitely a big RNG part. I mean, if you get like you can get an 800 item power weapon, like when you're like just in T4 at level 50.
Yeah, they'd be pretty wild, but you can't.
I mean, you're gonna be flying then, of course.
Yeah, level 60, 800 item power.
Yep.
Well, maybe if you buy from the
you
store.
do at 100.
Exactly.
Well, without the Paragon, I guess.
And then the monsters are still level 73.
However, I mean, on World Tier 3, you're going to be... I mean, you can start finding Ancestral, and maybe you can buy one from a store somewhere. But, I mean, it's going to be an exorbitant price for it. Most people probably won't be able to afford it because they'll be dealing with their... like, you'll have to save a lot of money, right? Your first run up until World Tier 4, you have to save a lot of money up. Now, if you can find that, that'd be pretty wild, because once you get that, but when you're playing something like a Necro, you only need one weapon, right? And offhands, their damage doesn't matter much, unless it's something like daggers or swords or something, right? Like, so like barbarians and rogues, they have a way higher cost, because rogues have 3 weapons that they need to get high item power for, and barbarians have 4, right? Because all those stats actually matter. The damage of the weapons don't necessarily matter so much for those that you're not using, but your like if you're a ranged rogue, you're obviously using a bow so there you go. It also depends on your build. You could be a hybrid range melee. That's what that's what I'm going to do, is like the flurry rapid fire, I think, for leveling at first. But Twisting Blades is still really good, so I'm not sure which one I'd rather do. Twisting Blades instead of Flurry might be better. Take Twisting Blades and rapid fire, maybe.
So man, you're gonna be crushing. You're gonna be one-shotting everything. Just get lucky.
Yeah, just get lucky.
Yeah, obviously, like getting there early, like
scrub.
you guys said. I mean, you have a way higher chance because you spend more amount of time in that high difficulty, so you have a higher chance of getting these crazy weapons. It's crazy, pretty powerful.
Yeah. So their group play, I guess, I'll give you times for the 2 solo runs that I did. Our group play, we did, I mean, the first one we did was like 3.5 hours. The
That's
second,
still so fast though.
yeah, the second one we did was just under 3 hours, and I was like, wow, that's awesome. And then we did another run just yesterday, and we did it in 2 hours and 29
Nice.
minutes. So
That's
we
what I'm
are
hoping
under
to
two and a
see,
half
yeah.
hours in World Tier 3. Level 35.
So in my
36.
estimation, I was like 4 hours.
37-ish.
Okay, yeah.
Gargoyle.
Almost 37.
Oh.
That's insane.
So, yeah, we got to level 30 or 35 in under 2 hours, was it? Yeah, something like that.
I don't know about the splits.
That's crazy, man.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's how much faster the group play is comparatively to other classes. Is we're already over an hour faster than like the fastest class.
Hell yeah.
That's solos to the first.
And it's probably like
capstone.
2 hours faster than Druid and Barbs or something, right? Or do you have any numbers
Yeah.
for like solo Druid, solo Barb?
Yeah,
We're waiting for our bar player to actually do a capstone run solo.
What are the Barbs doing, man? Oh.
he's started them. He just has
he's on
decided-
vacation. Yeah.
Yeah. He's taking a little break.
Holy
And
fucking
the Druid, any time there yet?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Solo was 4:45.
So like about an hour slower than the Rogue.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I expected, yeah. So Druid an
Hour
hour
slower than
slower.
Rogue and Sword.
I think the Barb's gonna be an hour slower. Maybe slightly faster than the Druid, I think.
But that's the first capstone, like I said.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, T3 ready, basically. That's the time. Yeah, I mean, that's what
And,
matters. Like, it doesn't matter. I mean, your level obviously matters for the items to wear, so you want to be as high as possible if you can, but all it is, like, in T3, you're gonna fly anyways.
I think Necro will be pretty similar to the Rogue and Sork, but just a little bit slower without the mobility.
If you don't get move speed, then yeah. If you get move speed, then you could probably compete, but you have to get it early. My Necro time right now is 3:55 for Tier 3.
Yeah.
That's very
Which is
close
pretty
to
close.
What would you do? Like, let's say we summarize it for the viewers for 1 second. Like, S tier is Rogue. Would you put the Necro, like, in there in S tier with the Rogue? Like, very similar?
Put him in A.
Okay, so
Yeah.
S tier is Rogue.
Ultim can't compete. And then killing speed, he can't compete. You melt the Curie. You just straight up melt him as the Rogue.
Yeah.
So Rogue's the
even
best, then it's Necro. Like, solo
I
Barb.
If
think-
you get
I think
move speed
Sork's
on
faster
Necro.
than Necro
Sork's
early,
even faster.
but if we're talking about pushing to 100, I think Necro outscales the Sork roughly late Tier 3.
Ah, that's good insights.
Yeah. All right. I don't know if you have anything you want to put in there, Lucky, or we just keep talking up your class. I don't know.
You guys can talk about Rogue all you want, and everyone's finding out all this stuff about Rogue that I've known for a long time. It's nice to share it.
He's been trying to tell us the entire time. Why are you bothering with other classes?
Why aren't we playing 4 Rogues? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah, why aren't
so
you
we
playing
didn't touch
4
on
rows?
that. Like, I mean, like, what do you guys like think? Like, do you think, like, for the composition, like, would you double some of the classes? Like, for example, the strong classes, like the Rogue. Or do you think that's I mean, it's definitely a possibility. But like, what's your take? Like, do you think that's actually better than having a Druid in there or something?
The 229 run where we got basically a half-hour PV on the same content we were getting, the T3 was a double Rogue run. The thing about Rogue is like everyone was talking about, the problem with Rogue is that you only have access to 6 skills. When you run 2 Rogues, you don't have to have the Rogues be the same. You know, they can maintain their good damage, but one could go with a bunch of CC, you know, or say like Jim when we were playing, he was on the other Rogue and he dropped the Twisting Blades aspect super early. And he was able to just proc into Twisting Blades. I was running Penetrating Shot, blowing up packs, he was taking down the single targets, and they play so different, and you could cater each rogue to do a very specific task that I think doubling up on Rogue is good. I joked when I said 4. I think the other classes bring a lot to the group, but I think doubling up on, if you were to pick a class I like Rogue, I think you can do a lot with Necro too. And the area that Necro lacks is speed, but with a group, you kind of can just keep teleporting to everyone, or you end up being able to keep up more or less on Necro, and I think being in a group covers some of the weaknesses that Necro has when it's playing solo. So, and they also have a lot of sort of utility skills and tricks up their sleeves. I think that they could really benefit a group comp more than another rogue could necessarily. Like if we're talking about curses, which is not something that we've used so far in Run because we've only run one Necro. But I think there's a lot that a Necro could bring to a group comp if we ended up maybe trying more than one. But those are kind of my thoughts.
So there's 2 rogues, 1 sword. What's the final class in that run?
It's Necro.
Necro. 2 rogues, 1 sword,
I'm
1
an
Necro.
Necro Andy. I love Necro.
I love him too. It's my second class probably after WoW.
It's so much fun. You have so many interesting ways to play it. Even just playing Bone Spear spec, there's multiple different ways that you can play it. And I mean, splintering is going to get nerfed. I don't think Bone Spear should get nerfed. I think splintering needs to be fixed.
So you play that spec like basically from the start till the end.
Bone Spear is not. That's the thing. The actual aspect needs to get fixed. But yeah, you play it. You're not going to have splintering early as a Necro, but with Grasping Banes, you spec into Supernatural Bone Spear. That way you can actually proc vulnerable on every target all the time. So the rogues can just be worried about dishing out their damage. I mean, they are using their vulnerables as well with their little dagger toss basic puncture. But at the same time, like you can't be like just every single core ability is proccing vulnerable on a target.
You may want to clarify early game a little bit there.
I think before 25. Before 25 is early game. If until 25 we're basically, in my opinion, we have a route, and then post 25 is leveling. Even though we can get our aspects before then, I think pre-25 you need to level up, get stronger, and there is, I mean, we haven't talked about routing yet, but I think there's a pretty obvious route that will get you there faster than just spamming one.
Dang, you guys are advanced already on this. I love it. I love to see the spreadsheets, the routes. Like, man, it's been like such an honor to see that.
Check it out.
Yeah, it was such an honor to see that in D2, like the mega spreadsheet. Like, and in D2 there's like 8 persons that all have a different role. Like, it gets so crazy, and I think we can get that sophisticated and that in depth in D4 as well. And that time is probably going to cut down. In a couple of years we're going to run sub 2 hours or something. A couple of months maybe.
I mean, so the D2 spreadsheet for 8 people has been adjusted multiple times over like 4.5 years, I think. And that's been worked on by more than 8 people because, well, it's hard to get 8 people together at the same time and have enough time to, do a speed run. So yeah, D2 took multiple years. D4, we've been out for a month. A little over a month now, and yeah, this is
a bunch of paint pictures with like drawings over it,
right?
Trying to show what we're supposed to be doing. I haven't really come up with like names of like quick names to call out for certain things yet. Others are pretty straightforward. There's farming routes that different comps can do that others can't.
Another accelerator.
But it's still, one.
Yeah, I probably should put that one on instead of freaking.
That I think kind of creates a level of efficiency that can't be really replicated outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
At
just like
least-
really what you said earlier. Like you can kind of adapt a lot of these strategies. I mean, it's still a Diablo game, and like it's just the speedrun strategies that you adapt and the way of thinking about it, like how to
max
efficiently
evade
do this
charges.
segment, like how can I min max and stuff, and like all the learning experiences that you have from like speedrunning, especially in D2. Like you can adapt so much to that into D4, and I feel like you guys are already on such a route that you are like already like so much more efficient than a lot of other people out there. And it's just crazy to see.
Yeah, so I guess this comes back to the routing, and coming up for the season, the routing for that is going to definitely be different than the routing for speedruns, and you want to min-max getting XP as well as getting the aspects for the classes in your party. And so if you're running, you know, let's say double rogue, then you want to hit up Jalal's Vigil because that's the Twisting Blades aspect the rogues can get. And then if you're running Sork, I'm not sure what dungeon they hit.
Lost Archives. They need
Lost-
the Lost Archives.
Well, they do Lost Archives for their specialization, yeah. But that's a general aspect for everybody, which is
Yeah,
actually
what the
really
fuck?
powerful, getting that barrier.
Getting stuck on shit is
And then,
Ice shards.
Come back if you need work.
They're
yeah, Dead Man's Dredge.
glacial. I think it's called. Is that it? I can't remember. I just click on it.
Yeah, it's the it's Ice Shards Pierce, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's that one for Sork. You got Ghoul Run Slums for the Necro. You got Belfry something for the Druid, and Halzar. But like these dungeons, they have minimum levels actually because they're in a minimum level zone. So you have to take that into account when you're routing this out. In the Druid's case, Alzar, I think the zone is level 35 or 40 or somewhere in there. And so you can't do that right off the rip. You can't get the Druid his aspect right off the beginning of the run. But you could do like the Sork, Dead Man's Dredge right off the rip because that is in Nevesk, I think. Or is that the waypoint? Yeah, down there somewhere.
So just to maybe easier follow, like maybe we can walk through step by step. Like you make your fresh character, you're in Cryovision. Like what do you do first?
Northwest towards Menestead. There is a event that almost always spawns just northwest of Cryovision.
So this is a side quest event?
No. Well, so you can pick up a side quest on.
Yeah, I've seen you guys do something like that in the run. So you guys think like side quests is a really like if they're on the way to your main objective?
You should, when you plan out whatever your team comp is, where you need to go, try to plan out what side quests you're going to grab and actually do on the way. The easiest one I think that's pretty straightforward is just west of the waypoint. There is a quest, Tithings. I think it's titled Tithings or something like that. You walk out of Cryovision northwest. There's an event. You do the event. That way you can get like some experience, a chest drop, some obols, and then on the road to Menestead. I mean, it's like a 7-second little pit stop before you back on your horse and going. Well, I guess you have to wait for the horse cooldown, but you lose a couple seconds and then you get 20 renown. So I mean, it's not that huge, but you do get 1 to 2 veiled crystals, and that doesn't sound like a lot early. But if you are unlocking your aspect and you get like 2 more rare drops, then you can add that aspect to your character that much sooner. So that is part of our strategy to try to get that aspect imprinted as soon as possible. Immediately after you get that Menestead waypoint, because you need that Menestead waypoint for the rest of the route, you're going back there 2 or 3 times.
For what you're talking about, I put a picture in the Discord, Rob, if you want to take a look. Although, We don't have. I haven't put in the side quest on there, but the side quest goes up into that area between 1 and Ministad.
So this is very early on. Main. So this is like the events, right? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah. So just if I could, because chat is cracking me up, but they're talking about dungeon spam early. So they're in the very early game. Dungeons are going to scale based on how many players are in your party. So if you're playing with a 4-player party, the dungeons are actually going to be a lot harder to kill than just this open world stuff is. So what we do at the start of the run is we farm these world events because they don't scale. They're not going to be any stronger being in a 4-player party. We can go, we can wreck them, they're decent density, and it gets you a good amount of levels. I think by the end of this, what are we level, like, just in open world stuff, we get to about level 9 or 10.
Before we get to the first dungeon, we are roughly level 7. By the end of the first dungeon, we are
9.
Late 9, early 10.
Yeah.
So that's just something to think about. If you're playing with a group, dungeons are going to scale, and it's pretty significant scaling when you're in a party, but overworld will not.
You will get to level 10 very, very quickly doing this. Significantly faster than trying to walk through a dungeon.
Yeah. So our level 10 split is about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's insane. 1 minute per level.
That's without any potential bonus XP that you get to claim.
Yeah.
Or not, we find out if something gets adjusted right before, but...
Yeah, because we're starting with, those 2 things that we talked about, the 2 renown, so this route might be obsolete. Like, we might have to come up with something new. Which is
we have some plans for that, too.
Yeah, we have an idea of what we'll do, but... yeah, I guess, like, having to have multiple routes planned out, this just kind of like, oh, well, great.
Yeah, you want to be able to adapt, for sure, man.
That's why you adapt, yeah.
That's
what launches are all about, seasons, you adapt.
Yep.
So just to clarify, like, what's the main objective in 4.5? This is a dungeon. What does it unlock?
Which one? Are you talking about Nostrava Deepwood? Or what?
Like the 4
yeah,
or
that's
5.
The first.
4 is a cellar, that's great.
There's a cellar right next to
okay.
Nostrava Deepwood. You can get either an event directly there, which could potentially be a lot of experience, or if you're just clearing the cellar, then, I mean, that could potentially be one of those high power resources that is kind of annoying to farm later, like crushed beast bones or pale tongues or something like that. And it's just dungeon cellars are efficient if you can clear them quickly. And it's a high quality one, so it's a small gamble for a quick stop. There's also a couple ambushes on the way in between that last event and the cellar that we've kind of noticed that those ambush spots
you get ambushed, it's a good thing.
Density, yeah, getting ambushed is good in this. More monsters means more experience. So that's kind of what you're looking for. If the ambush doesn't spawn, then you just need to keep moving. You need to get to where the monsters are. And
that's really interesting, because I remember on launch, man, I did everything I could to skip every cellar I see. Like, I never went in there because I was like, man, like, this just doesn't feel efficient. But
cellars, it's gonna take too long. You have to reload it. It's not worth it. But getting one early could potentially be really good, because that's potentially one more event that could be a high quality event. And it's on the way. That's great. Yeah. If you walk into a dungeon, a dungeon cellar in its last stand, we're going to tell you to skip it. And just to clarify, the cellars also scale 4-player, right? Like a dungeon would. It's an instance. Cellars, yeah, are instance, yeah. That's sick, man. I didn't know that. That's a big buff. Like, you can definitely do, if you know which cellars are efficient. Like, it's very nice. Well, some cellars you have to climb down. I don't suggest ever going into any of those cellars where you actually have to climb. A lot of them are very short entrance ways. Yeah, and this comes with knowledge and experience, like which cellar to choose. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, now hopefully I can actually do this. That was basically unplayable. The way it was. That was absurd. How bad that lag and everything was. So bad. Now I probably lost like 10 minutes. Actually, we'll go to this one. Oh, shit.
Is someone there?
Do you need help?
So dark and cold. Please stay. Grandfather was supposed to walk me home.
Keep moving, you motherfucker. Jesus Christ.
Left me alone.
Why is there like no monster? Fuck, what the hell is I stuck on, man? Oh yeah. Next event is over here. Full. That's okay.
There's a chance that you run into a butcher though, so
Maybe not the best for hardcore.
not great for early in a speed run when you're trying to push either.
He's terrible at for XP. Yeah.
Not ideal. It takes way too long to kill him.
But I think this is gonna be a bit of a surprise for some people. So like whenever you see Butcher like on your low level character and you care about speed, like you run away and you skip him basically. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Like even for the loot, it would not be worth it.
It might even be more efficient in certain cases to just let him kill you on software. Just
because then he's like insta-gone, right? Like he
yeah.
instantly goes away. So just when you have Butcher guys on low level, just suicide.
Yep, suicide.
Good strategy. I can do that.
So yeah, the butcher could be useful once you get to around 25-30 if you find him in a dungeon or something, because that's when you're more likely to find a legendary off of him, and that could potentially propel you, especially on like a class like the druid that really benefits from aspects. But yeah, typically it's until that point, like the very early game that we're talking about, isn't useful at all for him. So
something
the chest
that
move.
My chat's bringing
Right.
up is bouncing between cellars and dungeons and back and forth. And I think something that we need to kind of explain about routing for this game in general is you always want to be under-leveled wherever you're going. So
Yeah, you want to have the monsters
already
be 3
pretty
levels
much
higher
on
than you.
level when we're walking into Nostrava Deepwood. We're just slightly under-leveled, and we need to
Yeah, you want to be like,
to
I think, level 12.
hour that we can move on to the next area so we can be under-leveled again.
Yeah, the first area you go to north of Kyosha is level 5, by the way. It's not level 1. To kind of explain the reason why we go north of Kyosha instead of south or east or southwest. So yeah, the level 5 area, you're going in there as level 1. They're 4 levels higher than you, which is fine because, like I said, 3 levels is 25% XP bonus. So you get that XP bonus plus their, for the first 2 levels, which you boom, you get those 2 like almost instantly. And then
Be careful.
You should be level 4.
off the
If
first
you start
event.
level 4, you should be level 4 by the end of the first event.
So just because
like 2
Chad is
minutes in.
asking this, guys, just to clarify, you're doing this on World Tier 1 or on World Tier 2?
2.
World Tier 2, Chad. Okay. And
Yeah, so
like,
that
how do
was
you
one
feel
thing
about
that
this? Like, this
4
was a
people,
big
yeah,
discussion on game launch. Like, are we gonna play on World Tier 1 or are we gonna play on World Tier 2? What do you guys think? What's the advantages? What's the disadvantages?
With 5 skill points, World Tier 2 is worth it. If you're starting with no skill points, and like no items, no anything, if we didn't have the Lilith statue buffs, yeah, World Tier 1, I get it. But because we have the Lilith statue buffs, which you should all collect, make sure you collect every single Lilith statue, and make sure you log into your account with that character, and make sure that you get that first 5 skill points. World Tier 2 is going to be better because you will be able
Yeah, because you'll be able to clear these.
You
And
can
you're
log in
basically
on the
playing
18th.
this all the way through. Like, is there ever a point in the run where you switch to World Tier 1, or is it World Tier 2 all the way into World Tier 3 and then 4?
I've tried multiple different hybrid approaches, and every single time World Tier 2 straight across defeated.
Yeah, because of the XP.
Oh, that's really interesting, because that was completely different, like on game launch. I felt like it was like better to play World Tier 1 because we didn't have the statues, we didn't have the skill points. World Tier 1 was the play because we were too weak. I mean, especially on Barb or Druid if you started. And now with all the skill points and all the extra power we get, all the renown, all the Lilith, we want to be playing World Tier 2 all the way.
Yes. And I mean, people talk about like the 5% elixir. Like, why don't you have a 5% elixir going? It's like, why aren't you on World Tier 2 that's 20% more XP? Especially when you're killing it just as fast. So,
you can't get the elixir until you're level 5 anyway, and most of the time we don't have the resource. Well, we would not have the resources starting out to make one.
Yeah, so on, what do you call it?
Like
on the start you have no resources,
cinders.
no gold, and that's the kind of the hard thing kind of to like think about when you're doing a speed run versus like the season start. Mentally, you have to like you can't do this because you're not going to have these resources. Like I can't shop these items because I'm not going to have the gold. We're not going to talk about.
I don't have to worry about that. Jim.
And
I basically don't have resources on software.
Yeah.
Just to like conclude the World Tier 1 versus World Tier 2 discussion, because I already see my chat like having a bunch of questions. So, what would you guys think for a solo player? Like, obviously for group play with the renown, okay, like World Tier 2
new
is
World
the
Tier
way.
2.
You have strong synergy, you have very strong characters. But what if you're starting out on a Barb or on a Druid and you still have that renown? Like, I don't know, maybe you're like not the best speedrunner, like you're not a speedrunner, you're just like a normal player. Like, do you think, or would you recommend World Tier 1 or World Tier 2 for like, you know, these kind of players?
I would
recommend
say
World Tier 2.
At most, if you notice that your kill speed is slow and you're, struggling a little bit, I would say the first 10 levels at most in World Tier 1. Nothing further. Everything World Tier 2.
So the start of the season, or you're going to start with those 5 skill points and the altars of Lilith that we talked about, and even on Druid, when I was starting off, and I thought I was going to need to do World Tier 1, and I realized like as soon as I switched to World Tier 2, I was killing stuff just a little bit slower, but like, I mean, it was hardly noticeable, and the XP was definitely noticeable. Even on Druid, who's a weaker start, or probably the weakest start. I think Barb, I mean, like Deathblow is really powerful. Rend, Deathblow combo, or something similar. Like there's a little bit of innovation on Barb early game that our Barb players come up with, and yeah, Barb isn't as lackluster as people think.
But yeah, I mean, you would still agree that it's still like, Druid and Barb are like kind of the harder classes to start on
for sure.
solo, and then the other 3 are like quite good.
I mean, I think Druid and Barb kind of scale pretty well when they get late game.
Yeah.
Having a Druid or Barb on your team is good in general.
Especially when that Barbarian's taking the shouts.
Because they provide a lot of things for you early, but even more so late.
So the Barb has like a pull, kind of like the Necros, but in a direct, the chain grab. I forget what's the name of it. Yeah, it's the cone.
But it's chains or something.
Yeah. It's really quick and it casts really quick. So the Corpse Tendrils, they are super powerful, but they take a second to actually like go. And so if you're hiding away from the mob and the mob walks out of the range of your Corpse Tendrils, then those mobs don't get pulled back into that CC. So the Barb's more instantaneous with that kind of stuff, and certain mobs like vampires, for example, are really annoying, but they'll just jump away and the Barb can pull them right back in, whereas the Necro can't do that as efficiently. So there's stuff like that can be time saves from like the Barb's perspective. The Druid has Poison Creeper for locking stuff down, and Trample can push back a couple mobs, but it's kind of hit or miss because you can push mobs. Like if the Necro pulls everything together and you trample through it, you might do damage, but you're gonna spread everything out again. So
Super annoying when you do that, Jim.
So the general strategy is
so
like
fun.
most people should definitely try to play on World Tier 2, and only if they are really struggling as a casual player. Try World Tier 2, and if it doesn't work out, then obviously change to World Tier 1. But overall, you should try to. You should be strong enough to do World Tier 2.
If you've collected your world statues and you've explored the whole map and you're starting with those 5 skill points, you should at least give it a try.
Give it a shot,
I would
guys.
suggest giving it a try right now. Like, nothing
Come
stopping
on,
you.
just drop
You
down.
could just create a new character real quick.
I mean, maybe if you're in hardcore, you might want to like sometimes go to the World Tier 1 route, but for softcore, like there's nothing to lose, guys. Just try it. It should be more efficient, and only if you're really struggling, then obviously go to World Tier 1.
Yeah, agreed. The other thing about like the Lilith statues and the
Hey, Hazel Emily, how's it
exploration and
going?
whatnot, you need to log in. Like they said, I think
I'm good, how are
the
you?
18th is when that patch comes.
Thanks
so
for
after
joining
that
the stream.
patch, you
I hope
maybe
you're
on the
enjoying
19th,
watching so
if
far.
you're, just need to log in for a quick second, and you can't really play. Just log in on the character that has all that done. And
I'm
it'll
just
transfer
farming
over.
up some mobiles
One
and
thing-
trying to get
One
gear
thing
for
that
my
even
Necro.
might be another argument for World Tier 2. Like we might get the season mechanics. We might have these hearts. And they
I
looked
don't
pretty
have any of
powerful
it.
in the preview that they showed.
Thought I
so
had the thing
This is
down,
obviously going to give you
but
even
no.
more power, and
I'll
it's
have
gonna
to
make
run
World
it.
Tier 2 probably even
Run it
more
to the
efficient in
chest.
comparison to World Tier 1 if you do have some of these new hearts.
Yeah. Did I cut you off, Lucky?
No, I was gonna say that I agreed with a lot of the, all the points that we made. You're gonna be stronger. Also, the difference between 1 and 2 is less noticeable at the lower levels, especially when you start out with skills. Even if you don't have all of the renown farmed, you will have some. You'll likely have some skills that you didn't start out with before at level 1. When it gets hard, you drop it down. If you're coming up against a wall, not all classes are gonna deal with all the content the same. If you're a solo player, you're encountering a wall, you just drop it down and get through that way.
Yep. All right. Cool deal. Do you want, I guess, the second part of the route, or do you want to look more into the?
I would love that. I think part 1 here is pretty good.
That's just step 1. Yeah.
Yeah, we can link these later in the show notes or in the video or something. Like that's definitely super cool and super interesting.
Oh, I play other games, but it's just since Diablo launched, I've been going pretty hard on
the second
Diablo.
link here is.
I got a rogue to 100, and now I'm working on my Necro.
It's a little bit longer.
Wait, why do I have zero
obviously,
freaking
but
cinders?
I had.
What the fuck?
It's more
This is
event.
This is. If you
Oh
have
man,
a
that's not
rogue
how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, if you have a rogue in your team, you
Must
get to
have
that.
Oh, that is not good.
And the red text, or the darker red, I should say, with the T there is the teleport out if you don't have a rogue, and you can go back to Saragar and then run to the dungeon
So
right
maybe,
up there.
maybe one step back for all the people to understand, and also for me to clarify. So this is the main city waypoint of Act 2, I think it is, right? And
Yes.
you have all these waypoints, guys,
this isn't good.
unlocked in the season already, if you have them done in one of your
state.
characters. Yeah, you will
The
have the
side
main cities,
waypoints.
but you will not have these like side waypoints, basically, right? So you're starting in this main city, and then you guys go on.
Yeah. Yeah, and so
Okay,
we're
well, I'm
picking
gonna
up.
rip over, grab the waypoint,
these are
and jump on
events
my
that are
other
circled in
character, I
orange, and then the like
Just do some events.
five-sided
Oh my god, let me
circle
off.
is the dungeon
Jesus,
circle,
it's so
right?
dumb.
When we're going
Fuck
through
away
these
from me.
areas, you're picking up these waypoints that give you renown, and then the dungeon gives you 30 renown as well. So you're picking up the renown to get to that next skill point. And if you, for this area, we're trying to figure out where you include doing a stronghold, because there's 3 different strongholds. There's one right there immediately to the left, the Hunter's Lounge or Lodge.
Not long.
you could hit that
Couple
up.
months. I've been a streamer
So
for.
after you finished 13, exit dungeon and hop on over, maybe even repeat 12, and then head over to the.
Yeah, I've only been streaming for a short time. Why do you ask? How about yourself? Do you stream at all? What games do you play? Yeah, oh, in terms of games, so right now my main game is Diablo 4. And then in between, I'm gonna also... Whoa. It took away all my cinders. Wow. Oh, that's, yeah. Glorious. Like one of the games I might be playing here soon, if I can ever get a time set with my buddy, who's also a streamer, Balloons, is going to be BattleBit, that new FPS game on Steam and the like. I've also got, I started out streaming playing Elden Ring, doing a mod for that. I don't remember what the mod is right now. But it's on my channel, my YouTube channel. Which is Matsurugi. Same name as my Twitch name. I can't remember if it's linked in my bio for Twitch or not. I probably should do that. Well, that's bullshit that it took away my cinders, man. Like, holy shit. Jesus Christ, that's dumb. Let's see. Oh, I was just randomly asking. I thought you were not replying. That's why. Oh, no, I'm trying to pay attention. I'm just also trying to do, like, because it's a Helltide in Diablo 4. I'm trying to, get events and stuff like that done. Primarily because I need to get stuff for my Necro. So I need to hammer out events, and even with my my 100 rogue here, it's if I don't pay attention because of the way scaling works, I'll get eaten up by the monsters. I also used to play, but sadly my PS4 broke. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm playing on PC. Whoa, that was laggy. I don't have a console anymore myself. Once I got a holy shit game. Once I got PC, that was it for me. Never went back to console after that. PC Master Race.
The daughter of hatred demands blood.
Nice. Are you working to get a new console, like a PlayStation or an Xbox or a PC? Either way, there's some interesting games coming out here soon. The expansion for Elden Ring eventually. The expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. Those are coming to, all consoles. But not PS4 and not pre-seed lower generation consoles, unfortunately. That's something a lot of people are going to have to, I think, learn to deal with. That's why I'm glad I have PC, because it's just like, there's only one game I'm interested in that's not coming to PC right away, and that's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or whatever.
May the daughter of...
Let's see, I'm planning to build a gaming PC, but I'm confused. I'm also thinking to buy a PS5. So, regarding PC, what was it? It was like PC Parts Picker. Prior to this computer I have right now, I had always bought like pre-built PCs and the like. Let's see, PC Parts Picker, I think, is a good website. If I'm not mistaken. Let me see. It was like 7 years ago I used the website, so... But I think this is the one that I used, if my computer would stop being a piece of crap. Pick parts, build your PC, compare and share. Yeah. So... I would check this website out. Let's see, Twitch. There we go. Check that site out. That basically, what this site, if it's the one that I remember correctly, what it's going to enable you to do is you go on there, you can learn about parts, right? And you can learn about which. I think this is a website that tells you which ones work with each other. So like if you try and put a GPU or a CPU with a motherboard, that kind of thing, and they don't actually work together, then it'll tell you. So it'll assist you in picking parts. And you just go through and pick based on your price range and stuff like that, right? So like when I originally got this computer, before, you know, all my various upgrades I've had over the years, I paid, it was like $1,600 total. But in a lot of ways, parts are, that was 7 years ago or something now, 7-8 years ago. So things are a lot cheaper now for a lot of different things. There's, for instance, a new graphics card I'll be getting either this month or next month, with new software and tech in it that's going to enable me to do, oh, I don't have enough. That's going to make gaming a lot better for me on PC. But it's actually relatively cheap. It's only going to be like, I think like $300-400. Compared to back in the day, it would have been far more than that.
Do you need help?
Please, I need your help.
Come on.
I can't see.
Drop. Get in here, you son of a bitch, and you need...
Wanders these woods alone.
I gotta go hit this chest up real quick. Piece of shit. All I got was a yellow. Ugh. Ah, Death Trap Rogue. Rogue buddies.
You left me alone.
Give me them sweet, sweet obols. Oh, by the way, I might have some ideas for your channel. Sure. Have at her.
Stronghold right there. Get the renown for like the extra skill point, or you could go to the stronghold that's on the far west side of Skoskland and hit up that Toradora for your druid player. So.
Toradora.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah. So I mean, personally, I think strongholds in Saragar can be kind of pushed back a little bit until tier 3. But that's just kind of my opinion with how.
Are you yourself a streamer?
Can really go.
I'm just generally curious.
If you're struggling for skill points early,
curious.
then yeah, you can push
That's
those
the word I was
strongholds.
looking for. Generally.
If you're not like struggling with damage because you're low on skill points, then I would try to keep pushing the content until tier 3, and then take them.
Yeah. Yeah, getting the levels faster is more important than getting the skill points. The skill point isn't helping you push
And the
like much
breakpoint
faster.
And the breakpoint to start with this like second stage, say, or second act is like you're around level 9, level 10 on all the classes basically.
Yeah. So we TP out of that the first dungeon, Nostrava Deepwood, and TP straight to Saragar from there. And you hop on your mount and do the little route.
Yep, you run straight to the first event. it's possible that you could go into
Where the
the dungeon.
fuck is my damage?
I've
Come
done
on.
that on a lot of my early speedrun, my speedrun routes, and I love stockades because you can reset it faster than a lot of other dungeons because you can leave the game immediately as soon as you're out of the dungeon. It's also level 15 minimum, so if you are walking in at level 10 and you can kill at level 10, great. But usually if you're in a group, because they scale,
Jesus Christ, what is going on here? It feels like I'm doing less
it could
damage
be
than
a
I should.
significant struggle for a
Come on,
group
cast
of
my
level
ability,
10,
thank you.
people
Wow.
coming in. So solo, I think Stockades
Lovely.
is a pretty good pick. As a group, you should try to do at least 6 and 7 on that map of events. Picking up the waypoints always good for a season. On a speed run, you could probably just go directly to the
Put
next
some artworks in your favorite
event
theme or your favorite
until you
character.
think you're strong enough to hit up Stockades. But if you're doing a season reset,
What do you mean? Where would I
I
put
would
those?
follow those events, and if you have a rogue, I would follow all the events. If you don't have a rogue, I would agree with Jim. Only I would say get that last waypoint right next to 10, as opposed to TPing out at 10.
Holy shit, yeah, this is already like pretty min-max, man. Like saving the time to TP and then all that kind of stuff. I love this stuff. Really cool to see. And yeah, thanks for sharing this. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see.
Well,
the
you can
rest.
see how
Yeah,
you
go
can
ahead.
see how far out of the way the rogue aspect is. It's way up there. It's super
This
powerful.
is 13, yes, just to clarify.
Yeah,
number 15.
And this is the twisting blades,
that's-
spinny aspect.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this is the
And
most
reason
important
why
one to
we
pick
don't
up on the road.
go East. The reason why we don't
Like a
go
logo
east
or
is 'cause
overlays, all
east
kind of
Saragar is level
Yeah,
10
I've been.
minimum,
I just haven't
and
had
you're
because
just
I've been.
not going to have the kill power at
hold on
level
a sec.
10 to really
make
actually.
this. So yeah, I've been thinking about wanting to do things like that. The problem is, been trying to. It's been really hard for me to focus recently because I've been struggling with like trying to quit smoking. It's really thrown a big wrench into a lot of things for me. So kind of once I get that in order first, then I'm going to focus on doing other things like, you know, fixing up my channels on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just I don't have the capacity right now to really focus on doing things like that, unfortunately. Because of that, I literally do not have the mental capacity because I get like basically I've had essentially permanent brain fog and other issues. Like I want to be able to stream for longer as well, but I a lot of times I do like upwards of 6 hours right now. I want to be able to stream for longer, but I haven't been able to. So there's that. Once that's, you know, under control, let's say, then I'll be able to Jesus, what is going on? Then I'll have the capacity to actually focus on those things aside from just doing what I'm doing right now. Oh, that's cool. I don't have it. Well, maybe I have money actually to put towards something like that. Let's see. Down here. Here's the thing, I'm also, like, I'm not super familiar with digital art, but I'm also a bit of an artist myself, so it's, regarding that question, it's whether I want to pay somebody to do it, because I wouldn't have anybody do it for free for me. Ever. I don't like that kind of shit. I would, or, because then there's also the question of, can I guess, does each person trust the quality of work from individuals, whatever, versus doing it themselves. A lot of people can't do things by themselves, like artwork, so that's why they typically hire people, which is perfectly reasonable. What am I supposed to do here? Destroy. Okay, there we go. There's the effigies. I guess it depends on how much work do I personally want to put to doing something, whether like artwork or whatever, right? And that's something again I'm gonna need to sit down and think of, is like what kinds of themes and shit like that, artwork, etc. you want. If you wanna send me your I don't have it linked in my descriptions or whatever, but I will send you my email and whatnot. And then I can also give you, if you're down, I can give you my Discord link that I've been using primarily for streaming and stuff like that. And we can talk further on there sometime. Do you have a Discord where I can... Yeah, okay, so give me a sec here. I gotta try and remember how to get the... stuff for do I have? Oh, okay, I got it. Wow, come on, game. Fuck me. Suddenly being so bad for the freaking lag and shit. Okay. Where is it now? Invite people. Oh, if I'm in near future, if you want help regarding artworks, I will drop my Discord. You can just text me. I am a text away. Here you go. So here's an invite to the server itself. Right now it's primarily just for, you know, people playing games or whatever, but we can use that also to keep in contact. And you can show me some of your artwork in there. I can also add you as a friend. Let's see. What is it? Hazel Emily. Whoops. Send friend request. There. So you'll be seeing it. It's from my Matsu, I think, is my profile. There we go. Oh, welcome, Emily. Hazel Emily. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll give it some thought in the next day or two here, and we'll see. I'll actually try and put some thought towards what I want to do. Oh my god, what is going on with this game? It is lagging out so bad. So bad. Kid Bardu, where was it? It was down in here. Which is where I was. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the offer. Send me some of your artwork on Discord there. So I can see what kind of art you do. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Thanks for sending me those there, Emily. I especially like the ones where it was, here, I'll jump on Discord on my computer now, because I was on my phone. So, let's see here. Oh, wrong freaking thing. Go play. Like the one for, what is it? Grave dig pick? Things like that. The emotes are kind of cool, although I don't know. How much do people like emotes in like Twitch and stuff? I don't know. The ones that are like be right back, the shiny ones, flashy ones, whatever, with like the moving lights and stuff like that, for the where it's like about me, subscribe, donate, the different what do you call it, sources. Those I like, especially these ones that you have the videos of, the 10-second videos. Those ones I like. With the artwork and stuff in there. The big question, of course, is how much do you charge for each piece of work and whatnot? Man, where are the freaking events? Yeah, and we'll see how things go. Cause I have a friend named Balloons that I could give you I would say if the work is good, obviously. I could give you a recommendation for him as well, and he might be interested in having you do some work for him as well. He's also a new streamer. We started close to the same time. He started before me. What is going on, man? There's no events. Let's go over to kill the shed. Oh, kidding me? What's up? Oh, in my client's budget, as it all depends on the detailing and quality you want on your design. So, can you tell me what exactly are you looking for? As everything has its own various price tag. Well, Emily. So, okay, so what is it? There's the Mikey ones, I think. Yeah, the ones that show like now offline, ending soon, etc. I don't know if you're still watching the stream, so I guess I better type this in to Discord. My mic back. Yeah, I'm not sure about like emotes and stuff like that, but that'd probably be good to have in the future. Yeah, so it'd be cool to have Emily, this Hazel Emily, doing like the various what would you call it, sources for me, like source pages, which I think I'd have to I don't know if I'd only need one set of sources, but then under, I don't know, again, I'm not sure how all this works in terms of like sources and links and stuff like that, so that'd be something I'd have to become familiar with, obviously. And then my avatar, I have a character I designed. I'll you a picture of him. So I have a character I originally designed for, what was it, D&D. I had created a D&D and DBZ campaign that lasted a little bit, and that was literally Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition with but with DBZ style characters. Let's see, do I have it on here? And the thing is, at least then I know I wouldn't have to worry about any kind of copyright issues because it's my character. Where is it, man? Oh, hey. Yeah, I had this person join my stream call named Hazel Emily that's offering to do artwork and stuff like that For stream, for my streaming. Yeah, show me some of their work. So now I'm actually thinking of like what kind of there's if I can find the goddamn token art. I don't know where it is. I know I had downloaded it. What are these? Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, okay, there we go. There's one. Is this it? No. Yeah, here we go. I know I have a completed version of it though. But I don't know where it is. I imagine a 3D one would be more expensive for an avatar. Let's see, so there's a incomplete image on there. I have better ones than that though somewhere. If I can just frickin' find it. Jeez. I know I have it somewhere. Dear God. I might have to find my old phone just to find these damn images. I know I have completed images of my character. Yeah, that is all I can find now. My old phone. There. Yeah. No worries, Emily. Yeah, now I'm just trying to find out how much is this going to cost. Yeah. This, that's really important. I love insta-completing events. Always fun. Holy crap, I wish this person would... These people would just fuck off, man. Gold sellers and shit, yeah. Jesus. Oh, there's a Legion event happening there. I'm going to... back to here. Insta-log out. Go on my Necro.
I watched the video on Anno Prax. He got all the classes that level 100.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He basically gave his thoughts about weekly classes.
Yeah.
And, like, for killing
I have to complete. Fuck, I can't even do it.
Basically, you know, the rogue, they're the number one.
Yeah, they are number one.
It don't matter
what content they're doing, yeah.
The rogues are number one.
Number one.
Of course,
Number
you know,
one.
They're gonna be nerfing Barbarian more.
Well, maybe.
We'll
see what happens.
They're probably gonna be nerfing Bone Spears more.
I don't think Bone Spear needs to be nerfed. Like, a lot of people think this, but in reality, I don't think it needs to be nerfed.
Well, I mean, it was one-shotting freaking...
So is freaking, yeah, once you get to a certain point, you basically one-shot everything except Uber Lilith. Like,
yeah.
That's par for the course, man. In my opinion.
I know, but you know, people, the devs think it's too much, but they fucking, so they're like, oh, we're nerf this, we're nerf that.
But Bone Spear, like, the thing is you don't need, like, I don't think they need to nerf it because you need, so the Rogue, they have, what is it, 3 aspect, or 1 aspect that a Rogue needs to be really strong in the beginning?
Yeah.
The Twisting Blades one, right? Kind of. All the defenses, yeah, all the defenses. Can I?
Before you can even attack, can you even get your shit done, right? All the other classes, they don't, they just go boom.
Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of playstyle.
Especially, right now, because with distances and everything else, they're too squishy later on for, like, iron, so it's not very good compared to the rest of it.
Yeah, well, the problem with, like, sorcerers and necros is because they're both intelligence-based classes, that, like, when in terms of survivability, the mobility issue of necros wouldn't be so bad if they were tankier with, if intelligence functioned correctly with regarding resist.
Too, like, basically their mobility is blood.
Yeah, I really no, but that's not even a mobility skill. You need an aspect to make it a mobility skill, which is fucking dumb.
Do you need help?
It's blood mist.
Dark all around. Why did Mother go? I don't want to be alone.
Later on, especially, nobody uses minions because it's useless.
Pretty much, yeah, because they die too easy, yeah. But you, it's a hard nut to crack though regarding the minions, because look what happened in the beta. Literally, you could, if the minion, as strong as they were then, the strongest the minions were, you could literally sit there and just let the minions farm everything. They did more than enough damage, and they freaking. No, it wouldn't, dude. If they they would continue to scale into endgame like that, the way they were. Okay.
But when I fought things like Necromancer.
What? Dude, the Necromancer in the fucking beta was literally the strongest class.
When I fought with the Necromancer, with the Butcher, I died in like 2 seconds.
In the beta?
Yes.
Because I saw people doing the same thing at 25, and they were fucking demolishing the Butcher. Okay? Not you, but that's not everybody, dude. No, solo, dude. Why would I talk about a...
I never did.
Yeah, that's because your defenses were shit. That's why. Like, you need a good balance between... especially since if you have your defensive stats... Maybe... But...
It's the Butcher. I see the Butcher. He one-shot all the minions, killed them all, and they killed me in 2 seconds. I can do nothing. Because... my shit, corpse explosion and everything else, I can do no damage.
Yeah, because what I was seeing was people using that corpse explosion power to frickin' basically insta-gib shit like the Butcher, because you use blood mist and you detonate and you just go in a circle like this. You just go in a circle like this with your minions sitting there tanking or whatever, doing their shit.
Every time I saw the Butcher or whatnot, he instantly kicked them all.
You gotta remember, the Butcher was tuned differently also in the beta compared to now. Like, I don't know, honestly, if he's stronger or not now.
That's what, remember, that's what I told him about.
But, like, what I was seeing Necros do was, like, literally just standing around AFK while their minions tanked and killed everything. Which is pretty freaking savage, man. Like, to be able to do that. God damn it.
Well, especially after you've been playing that one boss, right? And even if you die.
Now, to be fair, the only ones I saw soloing a Shava in the beta was Rogues. But that's because of the nature of Rogues. Highly mobile, lots of damage, low defenses. But even then, like, at least now, like... No, that, but... Here... Yeah, the difference is to really take on Lilith, like the thing that rogues lack is both defense, at least like hard defense, compared to other classes like Barbarian, Necro, etc. And like everybody else in the game is way tankier than the rogue. However, the way you tank with a rogue is you don't let shit hit you, right? That's what. But the thing, another thing that rogues lack, that like every other class has a far easier time of doing, is getting one is overpower. If you can get overpower shit, so that helps. Rogues can't get overpower at all, which is kind of weird. But then also CC, generally speaking. Rogues CC is garbage. Unless you get do something like the Fists of Fate, Penitent Greaves, etc. That's why pretty much best in slot for everything is... Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you get hit once and you die, is the thing, right?
That's how it is with the Nightmare. If you get hit one shot, you're dead.
Yeah.
And the problem
versus what though?
Everything.
Well, again, part of the problem with sorcerers is that the resistances don't work correctly.
No, not just that.
What do you mean, not just that? That is their
Why
main.
don't you let me finish what I was just.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, like you were saying too, is like part of the build, for the sorcerer, get close like a fucking rogue to be able to kill shit.
Fair trade.
For your main combo and everything, you have to be up close.
Well, that's one build. That's
No.
one build.
Because almost every fucking build I do, like even Arclash or anything, to be able to get shit off, you have to go in there right up to him, freaking, and then boom, 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 to be able to get your shit off.
What shit are you talking about? Because like chain lightning and shit, you don't need to be close by, right? The
Yeah, you do, because with
ice shards,
Arclash,
you don't have to be
because you need Arclash to be able to get
If
mana
you're-
back until maybe
until you
later
have
on.
this shit where you basically have unlimited mana, right? Like once you have it all, it's all by degrees, right? Once you have certain things, then there's things you don't have to worry about, and then there's so with ice, with frost, you have ice shards, right? And then you have lightning bolt and
I still
whatnot.
had I still had problem with mana.
And then, like, those two things, you don't need to get close. And then, Firewall, you don't need to be close. Right? You don't need to be close with that at all.
Firewall.
And Firewall is just a kite build. You just get the firewalls going, and then you just kite.
run
But that's 3 specs. That's not...
Yeah, it's
right?
just, that's not if they go into it.
No, because eventually you have the whole fucking screen covered. That's why you kite them around. They'll follow you through the firewalls. That's the point. And then as they get damaged by the firewalls, more firewalls get spawned, etc., etc.
It's not very...
It's a kite build.
Yes, I know, it's not
That's
very
the difference.
good.
What do you mean it's not
It
very
drains
good?
so much fucking mana that you fucking...
Every class has to deal with resource.
Yes, I know, I'm just saying how it is, that's even...
Except there are people that have builds where it's like you're doing those things and you don't have to worry about your resources anymore. There's a certain point where you get that, and then you're good to go. Like, now that you could say that's a main problem of the sorcerer is that they have to get to a point where they're effectively not really worrying about resources. But even on the rogue, as good as the rogue is, you have to get to the point where you're not really worrying about resources.
Well, right now, my resource regeneration is pretty good, but I can't hold in my abilities. I gotta make sure I watch out how much I freaking use, otherwise I will be done. I can't use like my ice armor or my other things or whatnot to regen my mana, because if you do those wrong, you're dead.
Yeah.
And especially on Nightmare Dungeons, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what guys said, even on 5 promos too. You gotta be careful, because if guys freaking stun lock you, and you don't have your freaking, your flame shield, your fire shield or whatnot up, or something else like that, get that.
Yeah, but that's pretty much the problem of every class in this game. Right? Like,
I know, but
Sorcerer
like they
has
said-
more mobility than anybody, except for maybe Rogue.
Like
Right?
I was saying, a lot of it is just like you guys go right in, you guys do your shit right to be able to cause damage, like right away. I can't unless I figure initially with the blizzard or whatnot before going in, teleporting, and then frost. No, but you have to use those abilities. It's like in all builds. Teleport, blitzing over, frost over.
Well,
Then you
the
gotta
reason
get
why
close,
the
but
reason
then
why
you gotta
froze
use ice shards, because that's how it was even with Fresh.
the reason why the Frost Nova is so important is because that's pretty much the only way that like sorcerers get to apply vulnerability.
I know.
Right? And vulnerability is a big
that's what
deal.
You were saying too, especially
Just like the Necro, really the only way that I've seen that Necro gets to apply vulnerability is through corpse tendrils. Right? So it's a skill on a 10-second cooldown. But the nice thing about it is that kind of once you have it, that's all you need to worry about, because you get to the point where 10 seconds in like and when you can reduce cooldowns and stuff like that, right? Like you're then not worrying so much about what the cooldowns are, because you're going from pack to pack, and by the time you like get into a pack, like you have it back to apply it. And like from what I've seen, the main problem of Sorcerer is that yes, like they don't do as much damage as some of the other classes, but they would have the most survivability aside from Necro out of all classes because their primary stat is intelligence. But the fact that resistances don't.
If they, whenever they fix that, then they would. But right now, no, they're not doing survivor. Like now, I mean, I'm having a easier time. Butcher, kill the butcher once a time. But like I try and do like a dungeon or whatnot. And of course, I understand. Yeah, we still have doing everything.
The butcher came up with.
Oh, he died. He just slaughtered.
Did you run? Did you?
No, he didn't run it. Like
Did you still like running?
no, he did like almost nothing. Like, not enough to be able to kill those people. Yeah, you call my phone. No, that was like when I was like in Jamaica. I saw a store and just literally freaking like be shocking. That. Well, usually it'd be like the boyfriend can see me and whatnot. He killed all my minions in this fight. So I have like 5 skellies, 4 no, 6, no, yeah, 4 like sorcerers and a golem. I mean, one shot them all. With one swipe, killed them all. Every single one.
Okay, they're weak.
Yeah, they were too weak. Well, they were strong, and then they nerfed them so bad that they were so weak, and they're still spiral. That's why I became like my Necro, like Java and stuff. I was Java and I had no mana, I had no way to summon anything because I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't do nothing.
What happens next?
So a lot of times I just ended up just chilling there. Not even trying to kill a shot. It's this. This is not robots, it's using events and robots. There was a Legion event.
Go and do what? No. No need for me to go do that. Where is it? Holy shit, come on, computer! Quit being a piece of shit. Dude, what the fuck? Okay, what was the other thing I needed? Exposed and... This is pissing me off. I might need to restart my computer here soon. Oh, okay, yeah, restarting. This is pissing me off. Not responding, not responding, not responding, not responding. Fucking Christ, man. This is pissing me off. So bad. Wow, literally everything on my computer right now is encoding overloaded. How? I've freaking turned this shit down. It's because of the goddamn game, man. Okay, I will be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna fix my computer up here as much as I can.